Hello, everyone. Welcome to EUSA season 4, week 9. Got a good matchup for you out the gate. Aegis versus Hot Tofu. We're straight on the temple, getting into the swing of things with Map Trap. No pre-match yap, straight to business. Bans being traded, Atlas Asher both gone. Reasonable given the circumstances.
Yeah, we've got these two teams that are kind of mirroring each other in terms of score right now, 7-1 for Hot Tofu, looking to secure that first seed in the playoffs, and Aegis kind of out of the game right now, I think, in terms of making the playoffs, unless maybe they can get a nice win here and another one next week, and maybe Bonk won't get any more wins, meaning they'll still be able to clutch up, but it's a long road for them still. Now, in terms of the Awakenings and map, we're on Tycho, we're on Demolitionist Orb Dancer, and I think these Atlas Asher bands make a lot of sense. The creation, shoving characters, very powerful on this map. I think that's why it does make sense that you just pick up this rune first pick. And counted out by the patented, I'd say, Kai Goli of Wood and Juliet of Pigshot here.
Yeah, two picks we have seen time immemorial on that pair. Provided that is that pair, but yeah, I'm gonna put money on that. That up on the Aegis side, we have the Rune and the Zentaro both being locked in. Rune obviously very good at denying space on a map where that is a premium insofar as there are two segmented lanes divided by the drum. Then we have the Zentaro. Might be a little bit of a slow start for Zentaro, given the Awakenings, given Orb Dancer, which is really conducive to survivability, and there's just not a lot of kill off rip. We do have an Aimi to complement him with some of that attrition damage you can get off dash, glitch pop. Aimi kind of just hurts you for fun if you're not careful. So there is potential for this comp to spiral, but then again, do you think it's Aimi in the net in this case for Aegis?
Yeah, I do think so. We've seen Skylar play that before a few games, and it's looked good. And more importantly, this is easy in the midfield. They're not going to have their regular midfielder, Ava or Sprinter today, and they're going to have Skylar easy, and then Dishu filling in that brawler slot, like he has a couple of times already in the USA and in the promo for them. So not too out of his depth, I'd say. But yeah, I think easy. He's a rune player. It's their first pick whenever it's open, so I would be surprised if that wasn't in the midfield. And there is some damage threat. This is kind of a Bass-esque comp, I'd say, coming out of Aegis. And if they're able to execute similarly to Bass, I mean, the damage is still there, and Rune deceptively strong sometimes in a kill comp, just having so much burst damage and even really good kill confirm with those unreactable pillars. So yeah, I mean, both comps have angles there. I think nothing too lost out of the gates here.
I think from a mobility standpoint, I think this Kai is going to be really big pickup. Granted, you have ejectors on both sides of the field here. Obviously, Kai taking eject button is never a given. Could just do Mom Boot, Strike Shot. Loki, everything is viable on that guy except Pauldrons. But I think, like, I get the impression that perhaps there's a bit, a bit more mobility, at least initially, on the side of Hot Tofu, which could be useful. Granted, it's kind of hard to rotate on this map, so it could be a non-issue. But yeah, I think the vast light that we're seeing here out of Aegis will be interesting to see if they can execute, because damage is quite hard to coordinate, but could pay dividends if they're able to land the plane, which we'll see imminently. Q has been ripped, looking like it is not a fake pop. Okay, glory hallelujah. So here we go. We are getting into the swing of things right now.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned, well, I guess we both mentioned Vast. Yesterday, we saw them get their one win in that series of USC against Wildcards, playing on Taiko Temple, and they had this now pick, and now in that series won every single game. And maybe that's a hint of what's going to happen here on a map, especially like Taiko. It's going to be real rough for something like the Rune, who doesn't really have a consistent strike core tool, like maybe can strike secondary, but you don't really want to be teleporting away from your strike wars too often. So yeah, I think it's a matchup where the Rune can struggle quite a bit, unless the other teammates are able to push the ball up for him and he can capitalize with the pillars. Because otherwise, I think the now will be very hard to get through for this comp of Aegis.
Well, not so easy. Easy will simply strike second. That is the plan. We'll see if they execute. But looks like it's actually the strikers of the side of Hot Tofu who get the gate open first and are looking to continue to press the issue. And there we go. We're already seeing the Rune Strike War troubles exemplified, having to burn that teleport. Now his little dude in the ground is not in a very opportune place to do much of anything with. But no issues on that front. They do still get the second barrier. A bit of miscommunication there means the ball is back in the possession of Nitron, though, in classic pig shot setup. Granted, it's a little bit mis-executed. Good dodge on the band by Nitron, but is still getting absolutely punished. Beaten up the wazoo, and now Wood being asked a couple difficult questions, but negotiates the buttons very well and not so easy. TPing back to make sure that this defense is won quite trivially, and now Wood still here, still pressing the offense. Nitron in no rush to get forward, but now finally opts to do so. And Scary Julie set up beckoning, but once again, the execution is a little wayward from two people. Actually, Skylar, the glitch pop, coming out a little late and knocking that right into the net for an OG, which is attributed to Pigshot.
Yeah, despite a few hiccups on the offense for Hot Tofu in the open net, I think that point was completely dominated by them. And a sign of troubled waters here for Hot Tofu. A Banish has come out already as well as Zen Ultimate. Everyone kind of hitting level 2 now-ish, but Pigshot the one to find most value out of his ultimate there, finding a kill on the enemy brawler here. And once the ball is able to transition onto the offense, there's not too much that Skylar, despite having a flip, I think will be able to do, although does manage to hold in time for the respawn to come out for Dishu, so very well played there.
Ooh, and a good take on the second barrier. Bada bing, bada boom. Crazy angle and also robbing Wood blind. No more flip for that goalie. Good sequence by Aegis there to level the score here. They're going to look to fold this momentum off into the second kickoff. Nobody has much energy on their end, though, so that could prove a little tricky, especially as Julie's allowed to get flip and set up into like a dash punch combo off ledge. But right now, that's all looking pretty tentative. Julie is having to make do with no flip, has finally got it on deck though, so looking to threaten. Not quite yet though, will obviously want to hold on to it until a more opportune moment, and there it comes. And another good individual sequence backed up by Nitron there to secure the goal. Very good run of play coming out of Hot Tofu to take the second one.
Yeah, and importantly there, Nitron managing to maintain his flip. So gonna have it into possibly this final point, and definitely one that's gonna be decisive here. He's lurking on the top side. Also, has angles for cheese with that primary flip combo. So yeah, I mean the threat on the edge is very real if you're a member of Aegis, have to avoid both of the enemy brawlers in the current game state. But right now, scary spot, both ultimates of the backline do come out and flip as well. Angle attempted by Nitron. Nothing found just yet though, meaning that the Bulls are able to transition into the hands of Dishu to get his first real offense of this point. But still, it's hold so strong with the strike layering of the backline of Hot Tofu, and they're back in the situation where Pigshot is threatening the net.
Skylar in a tricky situation. Has to put this Julie into stunner, otherwise step out in front of her. Has done well to make sure that this forward cannot get any crazy setups, and great usage of the glitch pop to continue to shut the door on this Julie. But Julie bangs it right open nonetheless with a well-timed dash. It is now poised to take the goal, threatening, lurking in the arc like a shark. And there we go. Great redirect to bot plane. The glitch pop just a little too slow out of Skylar to deal with that defense. Good first set from Hot Tofu.
Yeah, the interaction victory is just too much for the backline of Aegis right now. Now is the first pick here. Maybe it has the timeless to deny Amy a bit, and the rune I think would be a wise idea. But I actually wants the spark, which I mean, of course, spark on a winning set is very powerful. Means that you're kind of guaranteed to get at least the possibility of getting the other sparks. But does mean that this rune is able to pick up timeless. The Amy opting for the missile prop here. But on the other hand, I mean, Pigshot has the bulk up, one of Juliet's favorite awakenings still, I'd say, despite nerfs. But all round, I think, I would say the Rune Timeless is the standout pick of the draft right now still.
Certainly, especially on a map like this. That said, yeah, decent scaling across the board. Both teams trying to take advantage of it. Big Shot has so much health, even for level 4. That's like several ticks of stagger above anyone else in the lobby. And that was a completely unforced error by the side of Aegis. Nitron just standing there, somewhat bewildered at what just transpired. But, it doesn't matter how they go in so long as they find the back of the net. But yeah, he just looking to shake it off. Hopefully, no more of those missteps because you get punished at this level, certainly.
Yeah, Pigshot trying to work on the bottom side alongside Nitron here, and it just looks like the ball is being funneled permanently down this bottom side, and they can't even play it top side because, as we see now, Wood is lurking there with the barrage always, but it was shut down by a few creations coming out. Still, though, I mean, unless they're able to maybe find this kill on Nitron here, which they are working towards, it's still a rough situation, I'd say, for the side of Aegis. Have one barrier remaining still, but Pigshot working his way into ruining that one. And now it's just Wood on the top side with the barrage to get it through. Clinical here from the offense of Hot Tofu.
This looks like they were caught between two minds. They were really trying to secure that kill on Nitron, but all the while also trying to hold. I think Skylar's especially split there vis-a-vis decision making. Opted to leave the orb up, which allowed Nitron to heal, and also kind of split the difference so they weren't in a position to really defend up against Pigshot either. So a bit of a positional collapse there. But all good to Shu managing to win a key interaction in midfield, but it is all for naught because Nitron comes in as a second win to get the ball back into Pigshot, who wins it in bot lane with a simple primary and now gets rewarded with the first pick in the second draft.
Yeah, certainly. Now, what I'm looking at actually isn't this first pick. Is the Spark, which is now available unless Skylar is opting to deny it. Now, Juliet gets the 1-2, had a lot of options here. I mean, Catalyst and a very strong Awakening right now, I'd say, would have been an option for a first pick. But still, on the other side, despite the Spark and the 1-2 punch, I'd say the Catalyst, the Expo, and the Hot Shot is actually a very powerful draft as well. And among Titans finally dropping for the Kai. Personally, I mean, it can work. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's a bit tricky to execute as a goalie having among Titans. But still, I'm sure they can make it work and make it strong here. But I mean, I think Aegis got the tools that they might need in this draft. Despite that,
I believe so as well. I do not think it is an open and shut case quite yet. Especially, I mean, Rune Hotshot is always conducive to some absolute BS course speed. So long as that guy has that ability, cannot count the Aegis team out. It's a little hard when you are glitch popping your own players clear and making it go backwards, basically, and winning the strike war for the other team on their behalf. But all good. There's another glitch pop, but still the hold is untenable there. Two members of Hot Tofu just shooting forward and surrounding Skylar. And maybe if you're Dubu, you can make something happen there, but not as I may. Nothing up that goalie's sleeve to deal with that situation.
certainly, as this time it is once again Hot Tofu winning the kickoff and working on the top side for now. Nice passing plays coming out from Nitron and Pigshot. And Wood is looking to get involved if the ball ends up on the top side. A nice pass, but she goes for an angle down actually, which almost works. Aegis holding for now, but they're just on the back foot for what has been the entirety of this 25-second point so far. And, once without this Amy turret, without these abilities left, once Hot Tofu managed to convert on another offense again, it's going to be rough for Skylar to defend. And it's actually a great Giga Blast from the backside coming out from Wood and just completely reading Skylar there. And one goal away from victory are Hot Tofu.
Man, great Giga out of Wood. That was a stock Giga in terms of range, too. So I had to push up really far to get that find. So good work by the Hot Tofu goalie. And now, oh, and yeah, the floodgates are looking to be ripped open here if Pickshot's able to convert, which they do. The rune pillar is just a little
Oh
bit
no.
off. And it just goes from bad to worse. Deshu doing everything they can to just stall for dear life, but it's not going to be enough. Great flip found, but there's nothing you can do. And what can do in that situation? Evidently nothing. Very open and shut game from the side of Hot Tofu, putting Aegis to sleep and probably, this might have been a sub 10-minute game if it was definitely pushing there. But yeah, very comprehensive victory to start this series.
Just barely not sub 10 minute, about 10 and a half, but yeah, complete dominance here, and that was Aegis's map choice. So yeah, not one you want to lose. Of course, you never want to lose, but a 9-1 loss on your map choice can be a big crush to the morale. Now, I mean, possibly the upside for Aegis is that the next map will be on Inkies, which is a very different map stylistically to Taiko Temple, where maybe they'll find some more angles, but yeah, that it was the choice of hot tofu, so I'm sure they'll be comfortable on it, despite that.
And then do we? Is it who is first picking next round?
So it's the choice of Aegis since it's hot tofu's map. I think for them, I don't know, maybe trying to get the first pick and deny away the Kai would be quite nice. But yeah, I'm uncertain. It's up to them what they're gonna want to pick. I think it's a map where you could go blue or you could go red. There's neither side is too dominant. Um, Especially with Estelle and Kai being a bit less must pick in the current patch. They're both still good, but you don't have to first pick one of them. It seems in a lot of games. But yeah, it all rests on the decision making of Aegis right now.
I think Kai, perhaps on other maps, a little more neutered, but I still think is very potent on Enki's just due to the nature of the barriers. So yeah, I think that will be a particular point of contention for these two teams. Hence why I asked to begin with. It'll be interesting to see how that battle develops. Who gets him? Who bans him potentially? We'll have to see. I think for Aegis, it's definitely a back to the drawing board type beat because evidently whatever they were doing in that set was not working. It seems like the shoves were just way too easy to find. Maybe you just put the fries in the bag as Skylar and go Atlas, as I have seen Skylar do on several occasions because he's not actually that bad on this map. That said, we'll have to see. And if they can take it to a Clarion, then it'll be an even different game. But in the here and now, yeah, I think they're going to have to do a little better at holding their own barrier for starters, and two, probably just finding rotations and otherwise getting good attacking setups, which has been hard given that I feel like Not So Easy Easy was getting beaten up quite a bit that game and kind of not in a position where he was able to find his brawler all too much.
Yeah, and I think the Rune midfield is not so great on Inkies as well. So yeah, it's gonna be. Actually, I said that, but we've just learned that there's gonna be a substitution here, and Ava is gonna sub in instead of Easy Easy. So that changes things for the Aegis draft. And yeah, maybe they just didn't want to have those double brawlers in essentially anymore. So they have got their regular midfielder in right now, and Ava kind of a player who can play, I'd say, most midfielders to a similar level. Um, but yeah, still, I think it all rests on what the decision is of Aegis, which they still haven't made, to pick up the blue or red side here. I think that their decision making to ban away the Atlas last game was probably just not it, because yeah, everyone was still on a comfort pick for hot tofu, and I think Woods Kai is definitely more annoying to deal with than the Atlas. So maybe they should pivot and try and ban that out, but still remains to be decided. And they have picked the blue here.
Okay, interesting. We'll see what they choose to do with that character draft. Probably going to come up here in a minute. But yeah, I do think the complexity of this or complexion, I'm going to say complexion of this match is definitely shaken up in the wake of this personnel change. A bit more of the normal Aegis lineup here pulling up for us. So I think maybe having your starter in will make it so this isn't as quick of a game, but it's also Inkies, which is very prone to spiraling. So if things go wrong for either team, could be even shorter than the other game, to put it frankly. But I guess we'll see. Map draft is yet to start, but I can understand the deliberation. Big game coming up.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I'm curious here what Skylar will pick, because Skylar has played Kai before and looked good on it, and I think Yeah, with this blue side, just the first pick high, I think would be quite brilliant for the side of Aegis here. Just has that mix of aggression and defense that maybe they just were lacking in the previous game. And also, in that one, especially on Taiko, they just didn't have the tools to win those strike wars and those interactions into the Now, the Julie, the Kai. And Hot Tofu is a team that's very good at forcing you to play through, a character that's good at interactions, like they did with the Now in the previous game. And yeah, I think that you just maybe the adaptation has to be okay. We're gonna pick at least one character that's gonna be really good at taking these interactions, even though it's an open map. Midfielders like the Now, like even the Vice had some popularity, just having the primary for strike wars as well as the range. But it does look like in the opening of this draft, Aegis will once again ban the Atlas, and then Hot Tofu will retort with a Kai ban here.
I honestly don't understand the rationale for banning out the Atlas, but what do I know? In any case, we're seeing Fight or Flight or 1-2 here on the board. Aegis being very deliberate about who they lock in first pick. My best guess is that this is Eva just really being considerate of the pick and goes, oh, okay, never mind. It's the shoe walking into Zentaro. Not the end of the world. Open map, and Zentaro is particularly strong this patch, not to mention he benefits from either of the two awakenings at his disposal off rip here. So that's a pretty decent pickup, and we'll see how Hot Tofu responds.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if they locked in something like Estelle goalie, and even now again, I think. I mean, I said it when Wildcards played it yesterday that I think the Estelle now backline is really good. They actually opt for the Juno here, but they do pick up the Estelle. I think both of these could go either way. I think it's most likely to be the Juno goalie here, coming in for Wood, but it could go either way. I just feel like with that team, they'll just want the SL on the midfield and the Juno in the net. Now, Aegis, they still have options here, but I don't know really what they're leaning towards in the midfield to combine with the Sen. Because, yeah, they tend. Maybe they're going to look for some damage. Okay, and now pick up. I think that's great for Aegis. I like that a lot.
100%. There we go. Good pick locked in. And now we'll see. I assume it's probably now midfield, which means Skylar. Unless Skylar's pulling a fast one on us and is pulling the Zoli on us. But no, I think probably more realistically, we'll see what that goalie locks in imminently to complement the Now and the Zentaro. Going down to the wire, picks the Mako. Um, like it has been done. I think at the Denver Land in either winners or grand finals, we saw a Mako goalie on Inkies. So it has been done in a high pressure, high level environment. Little suspect, but you're obviously slow as a brick. But if you can
Yeah.
buff your other teammates and make them real quick, might not be the end of the world.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, it could work out. I remember as well, I think I saw Sad Boys run it a few nationals ago on Inkies, but that was a while ago, and the meta has changed. I think she is quite slow to defend the barrier sometimes, and as well as that, I mean, she has angles on kickoff like strike shot secondary or just primary if you have some core range, some projectile range, so that will speed up the primary. But yeah, I think that they're resting a lot on the hands of Dishu to cook on the Zentaro here, which I have faith in him to do. But it will be a hard game, as I think Skylar often, the offensive pressure that he can provide on the Kai, the Amy, those picks is often a win condition for Aegis. Now, um, outside of that, Hot Tofu, their final pick was this Luna Brawler coming in for Pig Shot. It's something that I don't believe he's played in USA yet. I'll say that tentatively, but I've definitely seen him whip it out many a time in solo queue, so not an uncomfortable pick for him.
Solo Q Demon might just be what it takes to get it over the line here. That said, yeah, I mean, I concur that this does seem like it's a pretty, from Aegis, it seems like it's a pretty play better, win more dependent comp. it just feels like it's going to be so hard to find that link from defense to offense. And once you get to the offense, it really is, can Santaro press buttons better than presumably Estelle? Perhaps Juno. Either or. I think realistically Wood could be on either of those pickups. But yeah, I think comp wise, Hot Tofu seems a little more orthodox and perhaps a little more time tested. But we'll see. It is Wood on the Juno, meaning that there will be a big bad Estelle to cover out clear in this case.
Yeah, I mean both of these forwards of Hot Tofu can cover the out quite well. And on that kickoff, it was I think the strike shot of Skylar that actually won it for Aegis. I doubt Wood will fall for that one too many times in this series though. But a great one to first get, although is punished on the other side by that Juno eject, and great combination of abilities to just swiftly take the game back, or the point back after losing the first barrier. Just didn't let it get to them.
Man. And I mean, already Mako's slowness being exemplified there, was unable to waddle on over to that core, which was just so graciously tapped in off of the secondary by Nitron, who's now duking it out with Ava here in bot lane. Strike War Central, but the ping ponging does eventually come up Hot Tofu. That said, we're right back to fundies here as both teams knock it back and forth into each other's faces. Good now, Dorito, making sure that this offense can't get too close to the Aegis goalie, who's now just kind of straddling back and forth, waiting for the opportunities, continuing to work these interactions through Ava, who's just not quite able to get it through Nitron. Nitron doing extremely well to simply strike second, but in that case, having not struck second, has to bail themselves out with flip, which just ends up getting them killed. So now we do have a power play. Crazy dash in from Pig Shot into the nuke. True combo, some are saying. But the power play has expired. Good strike war won by Wood. And interesting angles out in the midfield, in the middle of the arc rather, means that the goal cannot be converted. Now Pig Shot threatening with flip. This could be really bad. The flip is ripped, and the primary wins the interaction for Skylar, but Skylar having to dodge to get around the Estelle primary, which ultimately slows down the clear enough for it to just wiggle on through past him.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Aegis there, that flip launched the now into the top left corner where you can be killed once the barrier drops. So and did have a flip available. So that's a big loss. I think Skylar played quite stellar defense there, but they just weren't able to convert on the power play. And once again, it's Hot Tofu looking like they have so much aggression here now. Pick shot is quite low, but it doesn't matter as Nitron will do it all on his own for that point. And Wood gonna have the beam available to her to try and put some pressure on the back line of Aegis.
Aegis on the forefront, though, the front foot, rather. Good interaction won by Skylar, but this could be really bad. Luckily has primary. Primary is all you need. Has gotten better in a recent update as well. So, great to have that ability on deck. Frees up the team to go push on the front foot now, but have been pushed right back. Here comes the flip from Nitron, but great Dorito out from Ava to flip. Okay, goodbye, Zataro. Goodbye, Skylar. Hello. Winning for Hot Tofu. Crazy double kill in quick succession, both kind of just coming quite randomly. Those did not look like planned kills. But yeah, there we go. Hot Tofu picking up where they left off last game with another 3-0.
Yeah, first pick here over to the Estelle has possibly just this heavy impact, the cooldown reduction, and a deny away from every single member of Aegis's team, so that is a wise choice. And of course, the Deadeye onto Luna and the damage that's coming through already in this draft for Hot Tofu is looking rough to deal with. Alongside, this 1-2 punch Juno could get a proc of this Adren rather easily. Now, Dishu has the recovery drone to play his life a bit better and now has picked up some speed, but I think this draft out of Hot Tofu is rather intimidating to play into.
Most certainly, this is looking quite scary, especially here comes the nuke, and there's plenty more where that came from, and Dodge might not be in such large supply. going forward. That said, great power play found. It's a little lackadaisical from the side of Aegis to actually get the ball up into a dangerous position in the wake of that power play, such that Nitron is now back on the board. But okay, right as 3v3 was reestablished, it's once again ripped away from Hot Tofu. But Nitron doing so well to police the space is keeping this ball in the Aegis arc.
Oh,
Okay, there's another kill from Deshu. Maybe third time will be the charm. Okay, how many power plays is it going to take? Skylar rushing forward, but not rushing the pass. W comms coming out of Eva. Ava? I don't know, one of the two. But still, they just cannot find the back of the net, even when they've ripped one of Hot Tofu's personnel away from them.
yeah, I mean, the defense of all the members, regardless of which two combination of players is on the field, is looking crazy out of Hot Tofu so far. And now, I mean, possibly their luck has run out though, as the beam has regenerated here and given Dishu the opportunity to finally seal the deal for Aegis there after, as you mentioned, 3 power plays.
Yeah, I guess third time's the charm, but that said, they didn't even get the goal on a power play. They got it off of a kind of a Mickey Mouse strike war. Of all the ways for it to ultimately roll in, I guess that was what ultimately shook up. Another great strike war found by Deshu there to get the gate open. Another good strike war coming out of Skylar to make sure they do not lose to Luna Dash, which tends to happen a lot in the elos where I operate. But obviously, much better fundies coming out from both teams here. The water blown a bit prematurely here. Neither forward of Aegis really in a position to capitalize, but still, amongst all the chaos, Ava is able to find a good flip to about the upper third of the goal, which is just enough to get it past Wood, and put Aegis up 2-0 on the set, which is what you want to see. That's already double the goals they got last game, and we're only in set 2.
Yeah, as a more neutral kickoff than others have been right now, meaning that both teams have the angles to play. So far, nice passes coming out and a nice stun, but Skylar equal to that one, but taken quite low, is able to recover. Pick shot has the aggressive flip here that manages to find a kill alongside a goal, finding so much value there and giving Hot Tofu their first one in this set.
Surging right back off of some good kills, and now looking to not quite be an Aegis blowout in this set. Looks like they're going to have to fight just a smidgen more to get the results they want, especially now that the strike shot is whiffed by Skylar, probably the most potent tool for Mako going forward, gone for the next 5 or so seconds, and might well have to just be used on the defense. Luckily, the midfielder taking those interactions, which frees up the Aegis goalie to push the ball forward with the strike shot. And now Nitron, looking a little low, is still forcing the issue, getting it to that coveted, I guess, top plane, but bot plane on his screen. And good save by Skylar off the primary, but it's not quite enough. The setup is immaculate from the side of Hot Tofu. They get the gate open, and Deshu not quite able to respond in turn. That's it. Nitron not looking too hot. Not to mention Zentaro is also in a pretty pathetic state of stagger, but still, both teams just really struggling to find a breakthrough. This is looking to be a really long Inky's game, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, I mean, Dishu just lost like half of his health from an Estelle primary and a Juno slime, which is a bit disturbing, but it is what it is. Though, I mean, Aegis still holding on, but I mean, unfortunately, the strike war is lost to the Luna primary there, and Skylar was also quite low, so a bit of a doomed situation there either way. And Aegis, I mean, they have to fight with everything they have to not let the set get ripped away from them. It would be a tragedy after starting out so strong, but all remains to be won for either team right now.
They need this momentum. They really do. Skylar doing everything in his power to make sure that that is not ripped away from them quite yet. Oh, Deshu not quite finding the setup, though, and so many buttons means that this Mako is not able to hold on the second time of asking. And a good beam by Nitron forces the issue into the arc, but the two defenders of Aegis are able to get things done. And we're seeing another good play better, win more interaction. Two of them actually strung together in quick succession by Deshu. We were talking about this at the start of the game. It really is having to be the Deshu show on this offense, but in this instance was able to rise to the task. And we're now seeing Nitron lead off the pack after a good set win from Aegis.
Yeah, looks like Ava wanting to pick up the bulk up for the stagger here, ignoring this Monu or the Chrono boost, which personally, I think, I mean, they aren't necessarily just losing to damage when they do. I think they can live and have the move speed, and with the Mon, you would have had the range. And now it means that there's a lot of damage going over to the enemy team still. Now, of course, they have picked up these two dash trainings here that are very impactful for both the Zentaro and the Mako, but still on the other side, a very nice draft as well. But a great kickoff to start us off here for the side of Aegis.
Absolutely diabolical nuke value at a pick shot. Nuking two people, ripping half their health bars away from them. But somehow everyone's back to health. That was so funny from Skylar. Really deliberating about when to, just about when to step on that water. But ultimately does not quite use it to great enough effect to get a goal. That said, the play is now being forced through a dying now, which is not ideal. Manages to footsie around that nuke though, and the double defense is holding the Luna. Luna's basically used just about everything barring dash, which means there'll be a little less potency going forward in the next couple seconds for the side of Hot Tofu, which is great. If they can just get this ball into the shoe, good things could happen. But instead, the ball goes up the other end of the field. The cage is used to good effect by Skylar, just means that's one less ability up the bag, but no problem. He gets up the other side of the field to Shu, sprinting on in and winning a good strike reset up and around Wood in the net to once again continue this little bit of a scoring streak, or maybe not a streak, but scoring trend by Aegis.
Yeah, and they maintain these three flips right now. The problem is that they're very low. And one is forced out, I think, due to that low HP. And unfortunate timing there, I think Dishu could have caught Wood off guard, but it's a disaster here as their midfielder is taken off the map. Skylar still on the field, though, with the flip available to him. And Woods is actually forced out to try and get some offense here. So not too terrible of a spot here for Aegis. The clears are being found nicely. And the flip still, as I mentioned, available. Great hit stun coming out to delay pick shot strike there and keep him still at this low HP. But I think both teams treading on wire right now.
And now the flips out of Skylar. This could get hairy, but it's actually quite hairy for Pigshot. Instead, having to run away. Trying to get a cheese kill off the edge there. Very sneaky with that missile. But now, equal to it. Deshu, not in an ideal position, is now instead trying to kill instead of playing the ball. But the kill might actually just come out onto Skylar. Never mind. The beam, I mean, if Skylar stood in the way of that beam, Skylar was dead. So kind of a lose-lose situation. At least getting the energy reset and also not giving Estelle some coveted levels. So, you know, not the worst case scenario, but still it does mean it is 1-1 here on the set.
Yeah, that was just a tragic point, really, for the side of Aegis, and especially for Dishu. Two times he had his kill confirm accidentally denied by his teammates. Just maybe a lack of communication coming out of the Aegis VC, meaning that those weren't able to come through. And Wood countering out that flip with the Juno jump, and what a 100-0 coming out onto the now right then. I mean, where is the counterplay to that one when you lose 80% of your health in about half a second? And it's enough for the side of Hot Tofu to just punish and convert on these power plays, showing Aegis how it's done.
Skylar making the decision to delay strike there ultimately spells his doom. Does not strike and the ball wriggles right around him. Good play by Pigshot to capitalize on the goalie's patience. Oh, that could have been a gnarly beam coming out of Nitron, but the knockback not quite enough to seal the deal on the kill. Good button pressing here in bot lane by Ava, just trying to get the thing free, but nothing quite comes of it. The setup is a bit rushed by Nitron. The gate was not quite wide enough open for that cool Estelle beam flip combo to work out, but still putting the pressure on the side of Aegis is Hot Tofu, especially with this water gun. Just needs to get this flip into Pig Shot, and that could be money. But no, great defense, and all that just to lose to Juno Slime, lol. But, you know, it was a valiant effort, all things considered. But yeah, it's looking like it's Hot Tofu's game to lose unless Aegis can really kick it into gear right about now.
Yeah, and Rapid Fire, Hot Shot, both on the field right now. Two massive awakenings for all of these three players, and I think it would be a bad choice. I mean, they're gonna give this Estelle. Oh, I guess he has two sparks, so that's fine enough. Um, and Skylar, Ava, sorry, trying to opt for some stagger scaling. They don't scale too much off each other, but will mean that the now won't get blown up as she was in the previous point. Zentara getting Catalyst as last pick could be a large power spike here. I think it's a crazy good awakening, especially on a character like Zen with the low cooldowns and the multi hits. But still, Hot Tofu have been looking dominant, and maybe the awakening draft doesn't matter because they've also got good awakenings in this one.
I mean, rapid fire
Oh,
on this Mako, not to be scoffed at, especially given kind of the shove heavy nature of offenses. A W back pass. Hello, my goalie is locked in. But in any case, as I was saying, in such a shove heavy map such as this, having another Mako primary, which is such a big oppressive hitbox and so much more consistent now after the patch, that's a pretty good pickup for the Aegis goalie. That said, Awakenings notwithstanding, Hot Tofu kind of the architects of their own demise there, paying the price for their hubris, for their trust in one another, evidently hitting such a crazy back pass as to own goal. But yeah, we'll see if they can pick up the pieces here.
yeah, and Pigshot moving so rapidly with this fully stacked glass cannon and doing a ton of damage onto Dishu are all the members of Hot Tofu right now. He can't really play the game now. He is getting energy from all this hitting he's doing and getting hit, so he's able to recover as well as having the drone available to him still. Right now in a more neutral state than of course it was while he was low, and Flip comes out, but Wood just defending everything right now. Another one available for Dishu, but an unfortunate whiff means that the transition to the offense is all Hot Tofu's. They spend one on Pig Shot to find this first barrier, and Nitron gonna try and find one with the beam and is successful.
Oh no, Skylar walked into beam. I swear if Skylar just stayed out of beam, that was walk down reactable high key. But I guess the stagger step, the stutter step was a little off, ends up getting hit as collateral and put into stun such that the defense became untenable. But no problem, should not be too bad, but now it's starting to get a little bad because the gate is open in an all too familiar situation. Somehow Deshu living there, W Deshu, and is now able to continue to push this offense. I think it's always going to be tricky attacking from the top of the barrier here, as is proven the setup trying to be thrown down. Still, there we go. Good combo from Strike into Dorito by Ava to get the barrier, and now brawling it out with Pigshot in top lane. And there we go. Great setup. Great presence of mind by Skylar to know just when to click the water. Not to mention Deshu being in the right place at the right time to find that tap in. And once again, Aegis is fighting back, and they just need one more goal to level the sets here.
Yeah, Dishu did use his flip to no avail on that point, but if you flip and then a few seconds later the ball goes in the net, you scored with flip, basically. Speaking of scoring, though, first barrier is rapidly taken away from Aegis, and right now Hot Tofu trying to move the ball up so that they can maybe punish with this flip. Once again attempts to flip beam, but nothing found this time. Skylar's flip does come out, though, knocked away by the Luna ultimate, but still managing to retain life and the goal. So I mean, it's Aegis' chance to maybe try and mount a counter attack right now,
Hey.
especially with a kill being found out by Dishu. But unfortunately, the ball just rolls through. They all maybe had a bit too much faith in that Maka ultimate to remain, but it is not timeless and it vanishes. And after that critical mistake, Hot Tofu one goal away from sealing the deal here.
Oh, after a really good sequence. That's crazy. So the cage giveth and the cage taketh away. But all good to Shu getting the barrier and should be able to string it into something good here. But no, somehow, in amongst all the core speed, Wood holds, but Wood cannot hold for all too long. Deshu, right place, right time, and gets the MVP on the set, which could be huge given they take a good awakening here. But yeah, there we go, Aegis. Looking poised to fight till the end here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, possibly the size or the extra special, I think, are the best picks for Zentara here. Yeah, obviously the extra special. Not exactly the pick of the litter with with being first pick, but it is what it is. Hot shot taken though, which is a large power spike, I think, for a midfielder in the hands of Nitron. But this one generally is definitely lower in terms of power of the Awakenings and ones we've seen previously. I think nothing changed too much. Possibly, I'd say favoring. I don't know. I mean, both teams still in this. I don't think that draft actually mattered all too much. They still got to just play better, win more.
Precisely, and a good take by Pickshot to that effect. Good positioning by Ava, though, to make sure that the ball cannot get out of this midfield. Very good policing of the space by the now midfielder. Wood taking a risky out clear there, and it is punished diligently by a beam out of Skylar. But a bit of a positional breakdown here. I do not believe this Mako has anything to their name, but it just does not matter. We are seeing another flip kind of just blown for window dressing, but it's fine. The ball rolls in, just means that this Centaur is going to be a bit of an energy disadvantage heading into this next point, and I do believe Luna Nuke is online.
Yeah, although, he still has that, okay, not anymore, but had that extra special ultimate and has a recovery drone, and more importantly, has Catalyst still, so despite being at an energy disadvantage, is already stacking it up very quickly right now. Once again, the macro speed coming out, and one important thing in this game is it hasn't really been contested in terms of cancelling it, which means that if the forwards are able to cook here on the side of Aegis, they just have more speed and a big advantage. Now, Dishu, another Zen Dash coming out, but Wood holding strong so far. But this one, it's not looking as it has in previous sets where Hot Tofu just dominate the offense. Aegis looking so good into this. And as we said already, Zentaro has built his way up to a flip after having no energy at the start of this point.
Oh yeah, laying down the law, and there goes Nitron. It's going to be a little tricky because you have a Luna with pretty much a full kit and also Flip, but luckily, Ava able to respond in turn with a good now secondary to push it through, but still the goalie's not found in the 13 seconds that they were afforded an extra player. And now the tables have turned, the power play shifts in favor of the side of Hot Tofu, and the cage creating all sorts of chaos and core speed. And Skylar does not flip for barrier. That's tragic. It means that the net is now open, and there's a Luna with dash, not opting to use it just yet. But there's the beam, but still, luckily Skylar uses the flip just about in time. Bit of a strange interaction off that now Dorito, but all good. Great core speed back pass by Deshu, who should now seal the deal. Surely, no, the nuke is actually MVP, the fourth man for the side of Hot Tofu, able to defend and find the out clear. And well, okay, going out of the map is Nitro there, getting murked by the water cannon, and now both teams looking to press the issue. Hot Tofu defending for the life, and oh, what a horrible way to concede there. Just a little bit of a wayward ulti. Deshu flashing the sorry, perhaps thinking that he should have put the ball in the back of the net on one of those interactions. But oh, such a rough point for the mental, surely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough one, but the fact that they got that close means that they're certainly still in this. I must note, Dichu flipped twice that point, and he's almost got another one. But speaking of flips, it's actually Ava the one using flip to success that time, finding the kill, finding the pass to Dishu for the strike war, and it looks like the morale hasn't lowered, as that was an 11-second goal rapid here out of Aegis.
Oh, and they could find the barrier here. Oh, I think maybe if Zentaro didn't ultimate there and just let the ball ride through, it might have been a goal. But no harm, no foul. They do seem to be holding in spite of the power play, but things could get a little rocky, especially off of this rotation. But great. Luckily, Skylar had strike shot. That is what you want to see. Still, the ball being funneled in that all too familiar top lane. Oh, and a bit of a defensive miscommunication there, but maybe a strategic angle breaker? You decide. Yeah. But it worked out. The ball is worked to freedom, and now Ava and Pigshot duking it out here. The setup is a bit off of the Estelle beam by Nitron. Oh, and another flip. He's just using flips like they're candy, but I guess it's fine because Deshu will have another flip by the end of this point. I can almost guarantee it. He's already passed the first bar, and now there's a lot of button pressing going on as we approach overtime. Core speed bound to get a little nutty. Luna, Pigshot, still in a rough spot. Skylar has to be careful here. hits it right into the slime, but is luckily able to get strike back just in time for that to be a non-issue. Oh, and it continues to be a non-issue because the execution was a bit off from Pig Shot, and now we have open gate. Has to get the flip out of wood. There we go.
Oh,
Great. And oh, goodness gracious, Mamma Mia. What a way to cap it off. Aegis winning a game. I think that's only their third game this entire season that they've won. Fourth? I don't know. In
fourth,
any
yeah.
case, it is not every day that you see this great fight. This was not even their map, so great resurgence here, and it is now 1-1 on the series.
Yeah, I just want to point out, in that final goal, both of the forwards flipped Skylab because they thought that he was in kill range, but luckily they have it now. He was able to just barely heal the Mako up away from being killed, and I think that might have just won them the game, as both forwards using their flip in the final point to no avail is rather critical blunder. Very well played by Aegis. I mean, a complete flip, or not complete flip, it was a very close game, but they looked like a very different team as opposed to in that previous game on Taiko Temple. And maybe the substitution just to have their regular midfielder in has worked wonders for them here, but they're looking good, and they're looking to have some momentum moving on into the final game. And yeah, I mean, it's anyone's match to be won on Clarion Test Chamber.
Yeah, especially as Aegis, I mean, do have a lockdown up their pocket, which could be good to just stall and afford to shear those opportunities to win those play better, win more type interactions. Also, 25-minute Inkies game, chills, absolute cinema. There was a couple very interesting interactions coming out from both teams, but what mattered is that the side of Aegis got it over the line to begin with. It'll be interesting to see if the shoe goes 3 for 3 on the Centauro. Has made it work, I think, especially once he got that. It was either, I think it was Catalyst. Yeah, one of the energy pickups. Yeah, oh wait, Egoist is not in the game. Yeah, it had to be Catalyst. That, like, really changed the color of this match. I mean, getting flipped twice per point, that's a little insane. Doesn't matter if Skylar's dying. Doesn't matter if Ava has no cooldowns. As long as you just have flipped every 30 seconds, good things will happen, as evidenced by the 9th goal. Absolute crazy work by the Zentara. So it'll be interesting if more energy farming is to come.
Yeah, as you said, the Catalyst looked so strong, and it was the last pick. And I mean, I think, even though Pickshot probably picked up the Reptile as, a deny away from them getting some survivability, the Catalyst is just so strong. And Bijou had a lot of survivability with all the dashes, the fight or flight, the recovery drone, and the extra special ult. So could just permanently use the flip for offense. Now, it was blundered a few times, I must say, but at the end of the day, the availability and constant access to the flip means that the blunders, you miss one, you're guaranteed to get another one. So it didn't end up mattering too much. And it is going to be a Clarion Test Chamber, as we mentioned, which was the decision of Aegis. They opted to ban app, and meant that they were forced onto Clarion here. Now, I think either team could definitely win on this map. It's not one that, despite being Aegis' choice, will be a scary map to play for Hot Tofu. They've played it before. I think they have some nice picks, and I think that once again, the decider might just be who gets it now, as she is continuing her streak, at least in the games that we have casted in these past 2 days, of winning 5 games in a row.
Impressive stuff coming out from this woman. In any case, man, I guess now that you mention it, I guess for any haters of the two of us, sorry that we literally just keep getting paired together. The two casts in the last 24 hours or thereabouts. But in any case, focusing back onto the game, character draft not quite coming out just yet, but I think, yeah, maybe we'll see a situation. No, probably not. I was gonna say, are we going to see a battle for the now? But I don't know. I don't think people are gonna first pick the now. It'll probably just come down to Awakenings, which are there. Man, would be nice to be able to see the Awakenings, but unfortunately cannot see that until the drafter is initiated. In any case, man, yeah, I put a lot of orbs on one of the teams here, so I could stand to be losing everything. I'll be so for real, but I'll be happy either way.
Yeah, I put 1 orb on one of the teams. I would say who. But anyway, we do have red side opted for by Hot Tofu here, which means that you just have the first pick, and I think, it's very possible that they could first pick now. Yes, he provides a lot of utility on a lot of the maps. The healing, of course, for some of the more damage-heavy maps, but alongside just having the lane pressure that is important on just about every map, yeah, or every variant rather of Clarion. Still, though, there's still a lot of options. I wonder if Aegis are gonna stick with this Atlas ban. Maybe it's just something that they know about their team, that it's just going to be more annoying than anything else would has for them personally to play into, and that would make a lot of sense if they just want to keep going with it. But I think doing what they did in this game, where well, it was Hot Tofu that banned Kai, but removing the Kai from the hands of Wood, I think worked very nicely for them. Wood didn't play badly on the Juno, but I think that the Kai is a lot of a more threatening pick in the net, especially on this map as well. Can do a lot of the similar things now can in terms of shoving and speed. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of thinking that you just have to do going into this first ban and first pick here, and it could be game winning or game losing for them.
That is so nasty. Awakenings off rip here. Built, diff, bulk up. Maybe that. I mean, okay, all the more reason to lock the now, I guess. But also, man, this Centaur could really put in work now. Guess we'll see. We do see Aegis with the first pick being very deliberate, or the ban rather, and they just banned the Atlas again. Someone tell them they're allowed to ban another character, but oh no, there goes Zentaro. They must have been listening to us yap about how cool this Zentaro is, because there he goes, and he just locking in the Juliet instead, presumably on Dashir.
Yeah, but I think Hot Tofu are gonna pick like Kai now, right now, or something similar to that. Maybe Estelle now, and it's gonna be an annoying game to deal with. They don't have any pressure to pick their forward right now, and they still have like the X or the Rasmus with the size or the Asher available for pick. They're actually I guess they don't want the Asher to go over to Skylar, who can still pick it. But this means that, something out of two picks out of now, Kai and Estelle are going to be available for the backline of Aegis still, which I think is a great spot for them to be in here. And I think, yeah, a bit of a mistake possibly from Hot, because, yeah, if Aegis just pick Kai now, I feel like that's a really good angle for them here in terms of the backline. Now, maybe they want to pick the Mako again, as it was certainly very successful here, but yeah, we'll have to see. They do pick the now, and I guess it just remains in the hands of Skylar what he is feeling that he wants to play into this Estelle Asher forward combo. A very scary one to play into, has a lot of range and a lot of shoving, so no goalie particularly comfortable to play into them, but I think that the Kai pickup would just be optimal here.
Really going down to the wire here. It's Era, actually. Hello. This is like, there's maybe been 3 Era lock-ins in all of EUS this entire season. So that'll be interesting. That'll be a fun one. Obviously, this is going to be quite a fast team. Quite a speedy team. But especially if this Julie can also get peak performance. I guess maybe the stagger stealing's not that crazy, but still. In any case, Wood responding. I assume that's Wood. I would put a lot of orbs, channel points rather, on this being Wood, on this Kai goalie to round things out. But yeah, wow, interesting pickup from Skylar for sure.
Yeah, I mean, guys, if you listen hard enough, you'll hear Scythen crying in the corner somewhere about this Era being picked. But I do think this backline of the double speed is quite nice. The problem is that despite that, there's a lot. The Estelle, I think, is rather annoying to play into as Era, very scary to deal with. Will be outside the range of your beam most of the time, and you don't really have the tools to defend against the hit stuns. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't just somewhat rely on the now and the Juliet to have a bunch of speed here and just kind of roll through the enemy forwards. But after that, they still have to deal with this Kai, and the forward pair of now Juliet doesn't actually cover a lot of range, right? So unless Dishu is parked very wisely on the out clear here, I think it's going to be tough for them to deal with the back passes that are going to come out from Nitron and Wood. And yeah, I mean, it's a bit different in this patch, but at least in the previous patch, if you were looking at the enemy team comp and you saw they have Kaya still Asher, you'd think this one is cooked. Now, I mean, the now maybe just gonna be the beast that is gonna maintain her win streak here, but I think comp wise, I'm very much leaning towards Hot Tofu right now.
As luck to be a little more funnies oriented. I guess we'll just have to see if Skylar goes beast mode on this era, not to mention Desir going beast mode on this Juliet. I guess this really is just going to be a beast mode diff. We'll see which team is up to the task. Okay, I have name on for everyone. Glory, hallelujah, that does not happen every day of the week, but I should actually be able to call names pretty consistently here as we get into the swing of things. Do or die here, especially for Aegis in this case, because their playoff hopes, however slim they may be, are decidedly on the line here. They have to land the plane here for any chance of making the EUSA postseason. This time around, they're looking to be off to a good start. The primary from Wood a little slow, meaning that now both goalies have been reduced to their final barriers, but oh, Skylar not quite finding the out there. The ball bounces right back into the fray and eats a big Asher primary to the face. That said, a couple really wise clears found, but nobody able to pick up the pieces, and the ball rolls in for some bumper barn madness for a goal within 30 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Skylar thought Ava was going to reach that ball, and the midfielder just was not able to. Some nice pressure on the kickoff here for the side of Aegis, but still the ball is transitioning onto their half for some defense, and it is Pickshot taking so much damage out by that Aeronado, and Dishu I think probably has his ult available to him still, so definitely a kill threat and pressuring, but they have to be careful not to focus too much on this kill and risk losing their second barrier, because Era in an open net situation versus this comp is rather doomed to defend against, and that's why Skylar's going to be forced to use Flip to be able to hold this barrier, and Dishu with a great find into the now mine there. Love to
Yeah,
see that.
what a setup. Well, okay, maybe not what a setup, but it was a cool looking setup, however simplistic it may have been to execute. But yeah, great stuff. And now we're seeing the issue being forced, but the flip is a little preemptive, and now this now is low-key dead as hell. Still living, though. Oh, and there we go. Okay, manages to get the healing off in time. I thought it was looking rather grim given how much goop exposure they were taking on. But Ava able to get back into the swing of things. The strike from Pigshot is a little too low, meaning that we are continuing to poke and prod here in this point. But Skylar almost called out by a good beam by Nitron, but luckily the strike comes back online just in time to find the out. And now Deshu having to walk into the goop, dodging and trying to contest the ore, but Wood knows what's up and takes it instead. And now Deshu just really struggling to find any sort of breakthrough here, being very contemplative about how they approach the offense and just cannot seem to find the right series of strikes. And Wood trying to force the issue prematurely with the Giga Blast, but it is shut down with, or the flip out of Nitron is shut down with a good now Dorito. And we are now not going to be in overtime any longer because a great primary out of Nitron means the second point goes the way of Hot Tofu.
Unironically lost to the now primary delay buffs right then. It would have probably come out after the Estelle beam on a previous patch, but alas, that is all for naught, as right now we're on the possibly final variant, and seemingly likely to be the final variant we'll see in this set, as a great kill coming out by, I believe, just the Estelle beam onto this enemy goalie here by Nitron, and another beam manages to help them secure that final barrier, and Wood walking up with the flip though is wasted, which means that possibly chances here, especially with all this damage coming out onto the enemy goalie, that are available to Aegis, although Pigshot marching up, Wood marching up on the bottom side. The defense is still holding them for Aegis, and they have a flip now, and despite having no barriers remaining, I think they're still solidly within the realms of getting the win and getting the goal on this point.
Somehow Ava holding on to their life there. Good Soren angle from Skylar to keep the ball in Aegis's possession. which is great. You've now got 2 flips on deck. Granted, Pigshot's also got a flip. Opts to blow it now. Okay, and now 2 flips ripped in quick succession. Only one of them making contact with the ball, and now with no flip among the 2 defending players in that situation. All it took was a good strike by Pigshot to shoot, not in a position to get the flip and assuage the danger. And there we go, a 3-0 for Hot Tofu here in this first set.
Yeah, Picture was just looking for an angle for a kill there, but sorry, DC was looking for the angle, but Picture would not give him it. And once again, I think this is the same as the first game where the Sistel got the first pick in the first set and then picked up heavy impact. On the other hand, though, the Speed Awakening in Fourth and the extra turret size in the Timeless Creator here are quite nice. I think possibly on an era goalie, maybe I would say that the Among Titans is better, but it is ever risky as a goalie, especially into a big Asher, to pick the Among Titans. So can't really blame Skylar for wanting to maintain the power of his strikes right there. Still though, once again, a rough start here for Aegis as all this pressure coming out instantly for the side of Hot Tofu, and they're not looking to let up.
Ooh, wow, they keep finding the most unorthodox out clears, but it's working for good find by Skylar there to just about bop and weave it up around this Asher primary to hold on to barrier. But the Crystal Thorns is going to seal the deal there, not to mention Wood was prowling just in case. Good strike found, and that could just about trickle in, doesn't? Skylar ripping the speed boost to good effect, but dumps it right back into the path of Nitron, who gracefully accepts the invitation with a beam straight to bot lane to pick up right where Hot Tofu left off last set and get another goal on the board.
Yeah, and Aegis just completely seems suffocated on that map, and this one as well. Just the range, the pressure that's coming out of the forward pair of Hot Tofu. I mean, they're giving the ball to Wood occasionally, but they don't even really need her to get some things going on offenses. It's another kill found by Nitron with a heavy impact primary here. Pigshot has flipped, but doesn't need to use it as the stuns. Just the strike coming out from Wood and Pigshot are enough. And 1 goal more for Hot Tofu to win the second set.
Yeesh. Yeah, momentum looking to be in their favor, especially once they take another barrier within probably like 3 or 4 seconds. Nitron being really deliberate about pausing there to make sure the passing line to Pigshot is correct. And now both members of the offense for this Hot Tofu team have flipped, being used in quick succession. One of them successful, the other one not so much. Ava now up next to rip the flip, and in this case does get bottom barrier for the troubles, but Wood is still looking primed to defend for the long run with this flip, with this barrier, and not having to blow it just yet, but opts to just preempt the Julie. Any cooldowns that Julie might throw Wood's way now dealt with, but means that this Kai goalie's in a very scary situation now, especially now that Giga has been bled away. But I guess the situation is now a lot more tenable because Ava has died, and that's got to be a goal. There we go. Good set pickup by Hot Tofu, and they're now just 3 goals away from sealing the deal.
Yeah, I mean, that one did not look particularly savable for Skylar and Eva on the back foot there. And it is the Asher first pick now. Maybe just wants the size or the extra special, maybe even the catalyst, because it was looking rather powerful, and I would be hesitant to give it over again. Yeah, so I think that does make sense. I mean, it's a bit regretful that 2 Sides Awakenings are going to vanish, but possibly they're not going to get into another draft anyway. And extra special picked up. Going to increase the power with the Timeless Creator for Skylar here, but the cooldown reduction over to Wood is rather scary. And finally, the midfielders trading size, and then the Orb Dancer being picked up here for the Brawler of Dishu. We see it as a pick that many Brawlers are recently favoring, and can be a very powerful spike, but if the points are losing before Orbs even spawn, it won't matter too much for Dishu here.
Ooh, good clear found by Wood. Nitron now looking to get forward. This Asher is massive, but size does not matter in that case. The flip able to be dealt with quite, quite comprehensively there And now Deshu finding a smart strike there to get it around Wood, taking advantage of the slender opportunities for offense they have been provided thus far in this game. And now looking to make Julie things happen, but Wood able to just about reposition in time to win the interaction. Looking to capitalize, rip another Giga, but it's a little bit off. And now the beam out of Skylar Reese's Asher is actually now probably a bit more normal size. In any case, interesting angle attempt by Deshu there,
Ooh.
but would equal to it. Crazy NATO find, and the NATO find spiraling into a good interaction by Deshu there to just about knock it past Wood. And finally, Aegis have a goal.
Yeah, that's a big one. I think Pigshot had Flip, of course, has Catalyst, so won't be lacking too much on energy, especially on Asher. I guess with the ultimate there is a major energy farm. Still though, it is Eva and Skylar the ones having the Flip available to them right now, and they're looking to advance on the offensive end here, just trying to get it around Wood, who found some nice clears, but great play by Ava, finding the strike wall with the Dorito and just doing it all by their lonesome, getting the strike wall interactions won, and that's 2 points already. And I mean, don't call it a reverse sweep, but you're just looking alive in this third set.
Especially now that they've already taken one of the barriers away from this hot tofu side. That said, Pigshot doing Pigshot things, doing Asher things there in bot plane to even up the gate counts here on this goop map. Still, the goop not a kind of a non-issue right now. Nobody choosing to touch it as Wood loses the second barrier, and the NATO is just gonna Okay, wow, interesting. Unfortunate NATO there. Actually, did not end up doing good things. And now Ava is probably on the way out, but is able to do now things sufficiently to get back up to help. But now is looking to be in a really rocky situation as there surely cannot be any cooldowns. Has to run away, but it's actually up the other end of the field. Pigshot's the one finding the kill onto Skylar. And now Brawler in net is never going to end well. Deshu, luckily not opting to panic flip, holds on to energy instead of using it for a lost cause. So there we go. Okay, not the worst, not the be all end all for this game, but definitely knocks a bit of wind out of Aegis' sails.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, there are upsides in that Dishu still has Flip, and Pigshot is rather low, and Nitron also doesn't have one. But after that NATO, he just got a Flip. By the way, how weak is Catalyst? He just got a Flip. He had no energy. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And now it's just gonna use it to break the barrier. And Dishu's lurking, but just unable to find anything just yet. Finds the dash punch on Pigshot, but no kill found. And it's an open net situation here, and the Azure just finds a double stun on the backline. And yeah, I can't stop thinking about it. That was just ridiculous. He started with as much energy as he has right now, and one NATO gave him a flip.
Oh man, love energy. Maybe there's a reason that was removed from the game for like several years before making its triumphant return. But yeah, I mean, definitely making the most of those awakenings. Ava having to be so careful here because one, having to negotiate the hit stun that could be applied by the ulti, and two, I mean, Asher definitely had dash for the kill confirmed. That's actually the kill that comes out onto Deshu here. The NATO coming up trumps, almost griefing Skylar, but actually buys him enough time to find that defense. Great speed up, too, to somehow get in front of Pigshot such that he was able to strike it before this Asher and keep the offense away from his own arc, which is what you want to do as an air goalie into this beast of a brawler. Ooh, great reaction by Skylar as well off of the crazy angle, and Aegis are fighting for their lives. This could get hairy. We do see another flip on board, on deck for Pigshot, but somehow I guess Wood got a little overzealous there, loses their barrier, and now this could be very risky for both teams. But Skylar, oh, this has to be it, right? Oh, surely, okay, never mind. W, we're still in it. Aegis is still in it. They're actually coming forward now. Wood hiding in the smoke, trying to catch Ava off guard, but Ava wise to it. And now there's, okay, whoa, W? Okay, they're calling the first Super Pro League to ever exist. Hello? Crazy goal? Okay, there we go. That was insane. And Aegis somehow get the better of Hot Tofu here in this set.
Yeah, the best angle possible and the best flip for stun. There was no more. There was not a more optimal play there. I think. Ava once again picking up the stagger. Two-thirds Exodia combination here. A bit of a speed deny, but I guess not possible with Chrono Boost for the era available, but a bit of range for this Asher, a bit of kill range too. Another Spark angle coming out for Nitron. He's been finding kills and he's going to have, I don't know, probably about 140, 150 power alongside the heavy impact here, so big threat. But importantly, I think the glass cannon on a goalie, especially an already speedy one like Kai, is going to be rather scary to deal with for the forwards of Aegis.
There we go. Aegis doing a good job to get that barrier. Granted, this is an Asher setup if I've ever seen one, but dealt with by Mao and Era. Still, the good Crystal Thorns from Nitron means the barrier will fall at the end of the day. Good Dorito to get it through wood, not to mention Deshu is doing Julie things, surging up into the enemy arc, unable to find the offense zone. This could be curtains. Luckily, the stall was actually long enough from Pigshot for Ava to get back, and Ava is actually like an incredible return on investment. So, okay. Sorry, Ava. Sorry I gassed you up so much because then we just lose to that. But, all good. That was a good defensive sequence from Aegis for the first bit of that point. Unfortunate to lose the flip on that defense, and it's all for naught. But, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, I mean, just a tragic one to lose after a great hold, but although, I mean, they haven't let it get to them as Dishu finding a big kill onto the enemy brawler here, and it is able picking up this massive size from the orb. Doesn't benefit as much as the Julie might have, but Dishu not too disappointed as he attempts to flip, but it is shut down even after waiting for the barrage to come out. A nice NATO on the top side, and the back line of Aegis just shoving it through either side, whichever way, but it's actually Nitron getting the ball forward. Dishu, though, has a chance now. An interesting bounce actually forces Barrage out, but they're just relentless on the offensive pressure right now, and eventually Wood's going to run out of cooldowns. So I think the forwards of Hot Tofu have to get something going right now, because for this point so far, it's looking like Aegis are just getting all the offensive pressure that they need.
NATO securing the offense to that effect. And there we go, Deshu. It just takes a trickle. Julie just needs one glimmer of daylight to make stuff like that happen. Maybe level 7, but strikes the ball when it counts, knocks it right past Wood, who opts not to dodge or perhaps was incapable of dodging in time. And there we go. The scales are level here in this fourth set. The NATO doing all the defending in the world there for Skylar, able to get the ball out of dodge temporarily, opting to rotate through to Deshu, who's okay, somehow unable to get the double there, despite reading Woods clear impeccably. And now, once again, it is extra special? Extra special. I was about to say, how are we getting flips twice? Ult twice in half a minute, but there we go. And once again, the flip snubbed out. Great work by Aegis there.
Oh no.
But things could be getting a little hairy here. Great stall, though, by Ava.
Yeah, just as Dishu hit those 5 orb stacks, he is killed and had a flip as well. And looked like just Ava had to dodge the beam, basically had no evade. But a bit of a miscommunication probably because it's just too much to cover. And yeah, Hot Tofu, once again, 1 goal away from winning. Now, the last time they were 1 goal away from winning, it was Aegis that got it done. So still, they're in this game. And they're looking good on this map so far, especially since Dishu has found yet another kill, this time onto the goal. He has to walk back though with the orb speed. They do need to set up here and try and find some offensive pressure, but they're just not quite coordinated enough right now, and the ball does drop to Wood on the respawn here, and it's actually Hot Tofu who, after all is said and done, are getting the first barrier after that power play.
And things are just going from bad to worse. There's an Asher in the goal arc with flip open net. Granted, Skylar has some defensive capabilities here, but could still panic flip, could be feeling the pressure, is holding the energy for now. Luckily, Ava is able to survive despite being in a very hairy situation early on. He has to make the reaction here. He does, and the Asher primary is not out quick enough to punish. And now Deshu just has to get on the end of one opportunity. But this is, it's got to be curtains. Yeah, Skylar, nothing you can do. 1v1 there. Ava was doing their best to cut the pass, but to no avail. Great rotate found by Hot Tofu, and they do eventually get it done, even if it was a bit of a rocky road.
Yeah, an absolutely valiant attempt coming out by Aegis for certain. As the bottom team in EUSA, coming into the first seed and still getting a goal and getting a game, sorry, and keeping the next one close. Very nicely done by them today. But Hot Tofu throughout just showed why they're the first seed going into EUSA playoffs, and currently at least, and why they belong here. So very nicely done. Just proved their dominance. And that was a great couple of games. That was a great series. And most importantly, I think now has lost her winning streak. So it shut down at 5. And W, hate that character.
I like the character kind of, but okay. Yeah, wait, are we throwing a break? Yeah, I think we are, right? Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. God damn it, we're gonna throw the break right now. So catching on the other side, we have Cats versus Lockdown in some EUSL action. There is potential at the end of this week and next week for there to be a 4-way tie at the top, so do not go anywhere if you want to see some hijinks ensue. Welcome back, everyone. We are back this time with the first of a series of 3 EUSL matches. We have Lockdown versus Turkey's Cats here to start things off. We got Tycho Temporal Chrono Boost Extra Special start. Lockdown choosing to ban out the IME, and Cats responding in turn with the ban on Vice, which is quite understandable given the extra special and the propensity of Scythian to pick up the Vice, and especially on Tycho, that could have got a nutty.
Yeah, I mean, on this Chrono start, I think the Octavia is certainly a threat, as Gio is a player who is willing to pick it. But there's also, other haste characters. Okay, yeah, well, there we go. Here's
Oh,
the Octavia going up for Gio here. I mean, there are other haste characters that maybe Cats want to play into this. Maybe they want to uh, pick something like the Rune. Okay, they go Ashadubu. That's a more, these are some traditional Pekka Temple picks, especially with the extra special, very nice. The problem is they need a big pick here, I think, in the midfield so that they don't just get the ball ran away from them the whole game, because these are two slow, range lacking characters that will not have an enjoyable time playing into an Octavia.
yeah, and then up on the other side of the field, Lockdown just gets their bread and butter sloughed Atlas, presumably Scythen on this Drek, and then Geo rounding out the triad with Octi. It's really gonna be a battle of the Chronoers versus the extra specialers, it seems. But yeah, Cats, they really need to pull through with this midfield pick. I think it's Spring in the midfield today. It's always a revolving door. You can never be too sure. But I think this is Spring's decision to make and does opt for the Estelle. Pretty bread and butter type character, a little weaker in recent days. But still, yeah, that's going to be really helpful given the two really stubby characters you've got to round out your lineup. So yeah, I think Lockdown definitely running a bit more of a familiar comp, but we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, both of these comps I think quite solid. You've got the traditional melee goalies going over for both teams. Now, the issue, as I mentioned, is I think the Octavia is very, very scary here. Um, the problem that the characters on Katz's side are just going to play the ball forward into the hands of Octavia frequently just with their kits. It's going to be rough to deal with. Now, they do have this great comp that we saw in the previous game. Hot Tofu whip out the front line of Asha and Estelle here. And this comp, as we mentioned, has a lot of shoving and covers a lot of range as well. So it's definitely not going to be an easy defensive situation for an Atlas to be into, despite being a very solid character defensively. But it's very possible that he won't be in too many of those rough spots, just having the Octavia and the Drek both covering so much range and having decent shoving alongside just being on players that have very solid fundamentals to be able to win these interactions. But we'll have to see. I think comp-wise, either of these teams could win. I think it's just Cats are going to have to execute on a higher level to play around this Octavia and just not let her run the field.
I think it is a bit foreboding. This Octavia has the potential to just run away with things, hella. But Immaculator and co are gonna do their best to stop that from happening. Gonna have a lot of big buttons to smash in her face. Brilliant kickoff. Oh, Loa, swing and a miss. All good. Giovanni there to capitalize, and does doubly so. Taking the quick fire double. Granted, Sloth is beaten in the midfield, and Gio inadvertently denies his best clear angle with the ultimate. Immaculator dies off of the Octi primary, and it could be rough. Yep, Loa not having anything to deal with that situation, and neither are they quick enough to simply walk down and strike. So there we go, a really rapid fire opener here for Lockdown.
Yeah, despite a bit of a rocky defensive situation for Lockdown, they kept it cool and composed and were able to find the kill and eventually the goal. And once again, both barriers just dropping like flies. And we see the Dubu wall come out. I mean, it's a big power spike. Great res, by the way, there, coming out by Sloth. Excellent awareness. He does have the extra special. And I mean, I do think this is what we would expect at the start just by nature of this team comp of Cats, all of them having the extra special, they just didn't have an awakening that is very powerful for the first set and even a bit of this set. So yeah, they're going to be certainly stronger once they have that awakening online, but still, it's just looking like so much offensive pressure is coming out for the side of Lockdown. And once you get through those characters, you still have to get it through an Atlas who's going to have everything and is supporting the Octavia very nicely with the extra special ultimates here. Now, Geo is still quite low, but it might not matter in this open net situation if he's just launched into an aggressive spot where maybe he's going to be able to help out on the attack even.
Uh, yeah, I'm a bit concerned about this Octavia. The second I saw Chrono up, my instinct was someone had to ban this thing because that happens. That wasn't even really an Octi diff. That was just uh, the ult causing chaos. But still, Geo's able to just be all over the place. And sure, you have an Estelle, sure, you have range, but what happens when there's no abilities? Nothing. It means the Octavia could just surge forward and just be everywhere and gets fight or flight off rip. It just seems like it's going to go from bad to worse here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the fourth dropping down. Now, I think team player is a very nice pick into the Octavia. Just have some core speed to be able to play around her, especially on a goalie, is a wise choice. Now, an unfortunate spark pick, I would say here, as you know, all the sparks on the field already means that this Atlas and this Estelle, it's not too big of a crazy spike for either of them. And then size onto the Drek of Scythen, just a nice solid pickup. Gonna help with the interactions and the shotgun a little bit. And finally, I think the oh wow, what a great beam! Finally, the 1-2 punch on the Asher, I think, is a nice solid pickup generally. And there you go. I mean, Cats finding the double barrier and then the goal very swiftly there, 9 seconds. Nicely played.
I'm not entirely sure what I just watched, what just transpired. Maybe Sloth, maybe he hasn't. This is new Sloth lore I learned, but maybe he hasn't had one of his 3 daily energy drinks, so maybe he was a little unlocked in there. But we'll now hopefully be able to get back to form here. We do see the ball being carried forward by Scythen, but it is snubbed out in the midfield. And now finally, owner able to get into a position to start to begin to do these Asher things. Immaculator bit off with the clear, but will just be looking to shake it off. Does so with the roll, but the log is too late. And now Octi is dead. This is huge. Means that there is a power play, but while owner hesitates, walks backward, and is unable to come collect the ball. Granted, the wall from a Max going to buy some time, but Sloth equally pertinent's not the word, equally good at the stalling there. Means that this power play is coming to nothing, and there might well be a power play up the other end for Lockdown if Wa owner is not able to get to safety. Whoa, crazy speed off of the KO there from the drum. But yes, we do have a power play in favor of Lockdown, and it's looking pretty inevitable right now.
Yeah, although Bull does slip through Siphon, he has the flip, but as does Immaculator and Leiwa, but most importantly has that Dubu ult, of course, as a product of that extra special. Flip comes out, I think, a bit hasty though, unneeded, which means that the defensive situation of Cats is rather grim, and Siphon just able to shotgun it into the top side. So nicely played, and not letting that first goal blunder get to them.
Hoping Lightning will not strike thrice for Immaculator. That's the second time on the bounce that he's missed the corner clear, and it's just led to a really unfortunate redirect right back into the middle. Octi is dead again, breaking news, so that's obviously good. Slav doing Atlas things impeccably, able to just ensure that that ball does not get through the midfield, and the rotation is unable to be found from the side of the Cats, meaning that that power play is once again a complete non-starter. And now the power play has been established for the side of Lockdown, but likewise, they're unable to do all too much about it. Immaculator throwing down a good wall to buy some time for his team, but almost punished, Giga punished for that clear, and is punished on the second. He's missed it again. He missed the angle again. All good. But yeah, he's holding immaculately. Nonetheless, Loa is not able to win that strike ward, though. Yeah, this Octavia is quite fast, some might say.
Yeah, I mean, the Octavia just in the fourth slick Chrono Boost, just jamming, listening to some music and gliding around the map.
Oh,
Uh, Seems like we have a pause. I mean, reminiscent of what happened on Tycho, possibly. They'll start circling the middle. Any predictions on that? Looks like, oh no, just the referee pause com coming out here. Everyone's standing still, not even any strikes coming out. These players are a lot more boring than Cards and Bass, I'll say it. They're not doing anything on the screen to entertain us right now.
I mean, well, did you think lockdown? Lockdown is literally team boring, bro. Oh hell yeah, Owner. There we go. Okay, W.
Okay,
Okay, here comes a Mac.
okay.
Here comes a Mac. Oh,
Oh,
never mind. Okay, he's telling them to. He's telling them that it's not
in
their
case they
conga
don't
line to
know.
participate in. They're not allowed to. This is a Reds only conga line. But okay, looks like that. Those festivities have dissipated. We're back to complete idleness. Slav ripping the strike shot on air. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, he's telling Slav to stop. He's laying down the law. He is a policeman after all.
Yeah.
So, fair play to Immaculator. Top 10 respect moments going in the compilation. In any case, man, what is it with Taiko Temple and people just DCing for fun? I don't
Yeah.
get it, man.
I mean, there is that Dubu bug. I mean, it would be unfortunate if it happens where the ult can shut down the lobby if someone gets caught in it. But that isn't the case here. I mean, you're talking about this Dubu being a police officer. We've got some nice skins on the side of Lockdown as well. The Champion Atlas, a personal favorite of mine. And maybe that's giving them the edge in this game. They've got 3 skins they're paying to win, whereas only 2 on the other side. And on that note, Lewa respawns, and looks like play will be resuming here in overtime right now, though.
Oh Christ, and here it comes the deluge of buttons into the Immaculator defense. He uses the flip for tempo and actually gets a great find, catching Sloth on his heels, meaning that we're at 1 barrier apiece. Never mind, only 1 barrier remains. Owner unable to find the confirm there, but another corner hijinks scenario. I guess that's how they're going to score all their goals today. It's working, and there we go. Even score on the set here.
Yeah, I mean, it's scrappy, it doesn't look pretty, but it's 2-2. And
Oh my
despite
god.
lockdown, oh,
Okay,
okay, all
okay.
good. Despite lockdown seeming to dominate the possession, I mean, Cats are firmly within the grasp of winning this first set. Unfortunately, though, this Octavia is moving at tremendous speeds right now and just overwhelming the backline of Cats right now. The ball, though, is on the offensive end that Cats want it to be on, but still, Gio just maintaining this flow state, and finally Scythen gets the ball, tries to get it through the Dubu log, but, after the ball is transitioned, we could see him, but he's a Chrono Boost Drek who's invisible, and there's just no way to tell really where he's going to go. And it is Gio, once again, I believe, with the first pick in this draft, and nothing too crazy here, I'd say, but possibly, I don't know, Catalyst, Reptile. There's options for him here.
Oh, excuse me. Opts for the flip. Orb Dancer responded by Immaculator. Asher, bit deliberate, the contemplative rather, taking the ad rush, fire up going onto this trick. It is just, wow. Energy
Energy.
Palooza for the side of Lockdown here. And then, yeah, what's it called? Deadeye is still pretty good in Berserker. I mean, at that point, Sloth's got not a lot of anything going on, so might as well just pick up the Berserker.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he can pray that he gets hit by a couple too many Estelle beams and then gets, 50 cooldown reduction. Atlas is nothing to scoff at, although I doubt he'll be the one taking the brunt of the damage, as we do see already Geo taking quite low. Of course, Sloth still has that extra special res, meaning that Geo probably not in too much danger. And speaking of danger, Immaculator and Spring here seeming to be the ones in trouble, and the nice pass plays coming out between the forwards of Lockdown, just overwhelming the back line of Cats right there. And Gio already, with the Catalyst, has worked his way up to a flip.
Yeah, this Octavia is really running
Ooh.
things, is able to get out in front of the Dubu wall. That is simply how fast Giovanni is presently. Loa actually able to emerge from the chaos and force that thing through with basically their entire kit. But that's exactly what you want to see. Here we go. Sign of things to come, perhaps. Better things to come, at least. Almost getting the goal past Sloth, but Giovanni is able to just do some Octi things. And Immaculator does whiff the roll, but luckily Loa is just circumstantially back and able to let the flip rip. It just means this offense is going to be all the harder, and Immaculator choosing to wall does wall out Giovanni from the play, but Scythen is still there, still dangerous, and still extremely fast, so able to tap it in nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of that round, Gio did an insta flip that you don't see every day with his Octavia primary, and flip comes out from Scythe, and they do have fire up, so, despite it being shut down by that extra special Duba wall, it wasn't, no value as the speed was quite nice for them. Great res comes out from Sloth to deny the kill, but Geo still rather low and his flip comes out of fear and he's staggered right now. So, I don't think that Noctlight has any cooldowns currently, but once they start regenning, I think Geo's in a world of danger right now. He manages to get the orb, but his barrier is lost at the cost of it. And finally, for what seems like the first time in ages, it was Cats back on the offense, probably as a product of this Octavia being low, but still unable to work anything through Sloth just yet, and he manages to maintain his final barrier for now.
And Immaculator, uh, conversely, not able to hold on to his, meaning that is once again an open net situation for Lockdown, or I guess in favor of Lockdown. And they have proven they tend to thrive in that environment. They love to work the ball between each other, but no passing needed. In that instance, Immaculator caught too high up, opening up the easy strike downwards for Giovanni, who puts a pin in this victory. The notably Cats almost took a set. They took one of the sets 2-2, but yeah, from the outset with this start with these players, man, yeah, Geo blocking in the Octavia and putting in some crazy work.
Yeah, and I don't know. I honestly think that they should have matched this Octavia speed into something like the now that we keep mentioning. It feels like just a character that can maybe try and contest the speed awakenings a bit more than the Atlas and sorry, the Dubu and Asher can, or and the Estelle even, and yeah, that was tragic. I mean, Noxlight didn't hit the ball very much. I think that's about as low redirects as we've seen in an EUSL game. But yeah, just the Octavia dominating the core control, and even if it was out of her hands, the Drek speed and invisibility with the Chrono Boost still nothing to scoff at. So yeah, I think just the forward pair of the double speed on lockdown was just overwhelming here. They were getting barriers left and right, and a very dominant first game win on Taiko Temple for lockdown.
Not even like, okay, so it's Clarion Corp, so it's more obviously variable, but still more confined spaces. I think, I don't know how, I don't know how the Cats adapt here. I think, I mean, it might just be play better, win more. Obviously, they might shake up the comp a little bit, but I think they just need to get a little better at the execution. I think a lot of those goals were just like suboptimal clears or otherwise not ideal decision making, which made it kind of difficult. I think if you can clean up a lot of the stuff out the back specifically, you can be in contention. But it does seem like the side of Lockdown had their number going into this first game. So it'll be interesting to see how they choose to game plan the second one.
Yeah, I mean, there's adaptations to be made for them, but it's still worth noting that that was their map choice, and now going on to Clarion is definitely a favorite of Lockdown. I think every time that it is available for them to pick this map, they do. That does mean that the side of Cats have the choice of side select, and they did pick up the blue side. So, they have options in the first pick here. Depending on what we're seeing, it looks like on Clarion, if I'm seeing this correctly, it's going to be Orb Dancer and Monu. Um, so I don't know. Yeah, like maybe the Now with the Monu is a nice first pick here. Um, maybe they want to pick the Asher again, which was one of their first picks. I don't know. But yeah, I think giving over another hasty midfielder to Geo that has her best at start like now would not be a wise decision again.
Yeah, I am sincerely hoping that does not transpire. You never be too sure with this Cats team. They love their drafting. They love their peculiar drafting. So we'll see what comes of that. Both teams delaying just a smidgen to actually get into this drafter, as far as I'm aware. Because wait, if the awakenings have been generated, has drafter started? Okay, there we go. We do see the Cats getting ready, followed shortly by Lockdown. So it'll be interesting to see the first pair of bands that comes out. It is in the Cats' court here with this initial decision. Think, yeah, with Orb Dancer with Monu, the name of the game might just be as you said, to get a haste midfielder out of here. But they're really thinking about it. They're really thinking about it. So we'll see what ends up being their ban.
Yeah, I mean, of course, outside of that, the Drek ban away from Scythen could be wise, alongside possibly, the Estelle of Geo has always been his go-to pick. But they actually no ban, which we saw Vast do yesterday as well. So, I don't know, maybe this is a secret high elo tech that we don't know about yet, but I think most likely it was a bit of a mistake from them. And Lockdown taking their sweet time. Maybe they're gonna do the same thing back, but I'm hoping they don't. I'm doubtful that they'll opt for a no ban as well. But yeah, okay, it is the aim ban.
Man, they were really man. Took them that long just to ban the exact same character they banned last game. Chills. But yeah, I can't tell. Did the cats time out their ban, or did they just genuinely not? Like, did they genuinely just pick no ban?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they locked in the Atlas, so I don't know. It seems like they're locked in enough to be drafting. But anyway, it does seem to me like Locke could just go like now Drac right now. That would be my prediction here. And it's just a very annoying frontline pair to play into, especially in the hands of Lockdown. Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if Scythen just picked it up right now. I guess there's other options like the Zen as well has been picked and seemed very strong. And it's actually the Rasmus, which Scythen, as a player who came from midfield, I think most midfielders, it's their brawler that they first learn. That and maybe Zen, but that's the one. So definitely something he's comfortable on, and we'll see what he can cook up on it into whatever cats want to pick.
Presumably that's Noctilite Kazan, but at this point I really don't know. All I know for certain is that's got to be Imac on the Atlas, and everyone else. Yeah, I don't. Or is it Noctilite? Could it be the iconic? It is the iconic Noctilite Atlas, right?
Um, I think surely it's got to be Immaculator on the Outlooks, right? Like, it's got to because Immaculator doesn't have a direct goalie like Noctilite does. I mean, so I think it would be Noctilite on Kazan here, and then just the Finny midfield with Monu here could cook up something. Could be quite scary to deal with for this backline here. Um, but yeah, to round out the comp, it is actually Drek, which I mean makes me think possibly that this is Rasmus goalie. Maybe I'm imagining too much and uh, thinking in the middle of nowhere. It is certainly a flex pick for both Sloth and Scythen. And Scythen has whipped out the Rasmus goalie on numerous occasions, but we'll have to see.
Man, at this point, I would be. I mean, yeah. There's no way. There's no way you're first picking the Atlas unless it's gonna be Atlas goalie. But man, I really want Noctilite to play Atlas. I feel like if we, that would be so funny. But alas, looks like we're doing something somewhat conventional. I assume it's Noctilite Kazan and then Spring on this Finny. If I were a betting man, but yeah, honestly, I feel like realistically, Sloth could be any three of these lockdowners. High key, like he could be any
Sure.
three of them. But I guess we'll see imminently. We are in red team, so it'll be a hot minute. Um, does look as if it's going to be Noctilite Kazan, and then Spring will be the Fini. And then unfortunately, Immaculator on the Atlas. Hello, pick your character. You were hovering now. Pick your
Uh,
character. Okay, there we
okay.
go. Okay, good. Oh, phew. Okay, they were
No
just about
ban.
got to the computer in time. Okay.
Yeah, no ban and no pick almost coming out, but it worked out. And it's actually sighting on the Rasmus. They're just keeping it solid with the Drek in the back line. I think it has a quite nice matchup into Kazan. Strike shot is quite nice to play into Kazan, I feel. And just, yeah, having consistent strike war tools is rather nice. And wow, I mean, that's a rapid barrier loss. And not looking to be stopping here are Scythen and Geo as he just passes it to himself off the wall there and slots it in the bottom corner. And that's one within 9 seconds. And not a good start for Cats.
I just realized I don't have the EUS mod pack installed, so to me, Immaculator's just been flashing like a bee this whole time, but I just looked over at stream, and it's actually he's like flashing the turkey and cats. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. In any case, that goal was even quicker than the last one. We went from a 9-second goal to an 8-second goal. I'm hoping it's not a complete another capitulation from the cats here, but man, I mean, 17 seconds for 2 goals. That is incredible ROI. So we'll see if they're able to keep this pace up, but evidently not. We have finally hit 40 seconds on the clock. It only took 3 points. But, okay, Immaculator able to hold on to one barrier, also outlasts the now secondary from Geo, which comes out a little prematurely. And the good circle by Immaculator to keep it out for the time being. Now, both teams just slowing things down here in top lane. Good outclear found by Immaculator through to Noctilite, and there we go. We're finally seeing some ultimate value coming out of Spring, but at the cost of Immaculator's own barrier. Was a little called out by that core speed,
Oh,
and oh, whoopsie daisy. That's interesting. Now might be dead, but still scores post-mortem. And there we go, 3-0. Not a single point going to OT in that case.
yeah, Giovanni from the Beyond, risking it all, and now has a rather daunting task of. I mean, this Atlas is looking rather inevitable in this draft, basically. So, what are you willing to give? It seems to not be the hot shot, which does mean Atlas will get the missile prop, but hot shot Monu now is rather scary as well to play into. It's nothing to scoff at. This Rasmus here picking up the bulk up, and the Finny just going to be increasing her ultimate's power, and seems to be something that Cats are heavily investing into here, and it was what got them the only double barrier that they found of the set so far. Oh my god, he's
What the
launched off the
hell?
map. That was so disturbing. I mean, welcome to Clarion, I guess, Siphon. And this is Cats' chance. They push, they get the both barriers down here, but Siphon is going to be back on the field. Sloth, though, might be leaving in place of him if this Kazan is able to find a hook kill, but nothing found, and actually on the front end, double barriers for lockdown taken, and they're just trying to march their way up once again. Sloth in a more solid position now, and it's looking like lockdown have solidified and trying to push towards a first goal in this set.
It was a good flowchart from Immaculator. Not to mention Immaculate angle off of the Fini ultimate there. Spring finally getting a point on the board amidst all the chaos for the Cats. There we go. That's a good start to life here in the second set. Love to get a goal on the board, and they're looking to snowball that momentum and potentially a series of more barrier takes, but unfortunately they do crumble. Immaculator's able to hold in the interim, though, but does blow flip for not much gain, which could prove to be a bit scary into this Rasmus. Obviously, the secondary not as potent for stunning now that it literally only lasts like 1 millisecond, but still, yeah, okay, goodbye. Geo is dead again? That is crazy. Okay, here we go. The Cats are definitely stepping things up just a little bit, but they're unable to find the rotate just yet.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Spring should just kill the enemy forwards by himself every point. Seems to be working out for them. Right now, though, it is Noctilite taking a bit low as well. Geo, though, has no ult anymore, so means he's in a bit of damage threat. Although, of course, is now and has the secondary in a not too long cooldown, especially with the Monu. But a great hook on the other side means that Siphon's going to be dropping the final barrier of Turking's Cats here. Sloth in a dicey situation, though, playing into the Kazan with the flip, but is young enough to react to flip for himself. Immaculator has one on the field for the defense, but still scary spot to be in with the passing coming out from lockdown. Gets one onto the top to the Kazan here, but nothing found still as Siphon still trying to work the ball up to a spot where Geo can help out. Still nothing found, but it's just a simple strike to the bottom. Miscommunication from Lewa and Immaculator there, and puts it in the bottom side.
That looks very reminiscent of my ranked games. I will not say anything more. But yeah, unfortunate way to go down after what was a really good sequence of interactions that entire point. Luckily, crazy projectile range means that Amac is able to find the outclear there, but still does lose a couple of his barriers, unfortunately. That said, pushing forward, trying to force the issue. Sloth is equal to it, though. Crazy core speed off the Fini ultimate means that the barrier is taken, though. This is much better from the side of Turkey's Cats, they're looking a threat, especially if they're able to get the ball into Noctilite. But that is proving to be an exceptionally difficult endeavor. Still working at it, but eventually Immaculator almost losing the strike war, but the cooldown is just short enough for it to work out. Is able to circle, but now this Atlas has got absolutely nothing barring live, which is not going to help you in a defensive
Oh,
situation. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Oh, it worked out just in the end, and now both teams looking to get a quick fire goal, but Sloth equal to it. We're going back to a bit of a stalemate as we transition to overtime. Never mind. Okay.
yeah, I mean, great hook found by Scythen. It was a bit of an awkward bounce he found off the corner, but still the hook got it done, got him the ball, and got it in the top side of the net. Now we're on to this is the first time I believe we've seen this variant right now, and you know they're now I think rather comfortable on this because she does quite well into the poke damage that she's going to be taking on this side, which you know the Finny cannot say the same about because just completely poked by herself essentially, sitting in that goop. Immaculated with a nice secondary there and a nice flip to shut it down, but now we'll have lacking defensive tools here. I think maybe has a primary, but it's just not enough. And Geo has a flip, but they don't even need it. Scythen slots it in the bottom side, and once again, Lewa and Immaculator just mirroring each other on the defense, neither of them moving down to cover the bottom, and Scythen with the MVP here.
Very unfortunate positional breakdown there, but understandable. Immaculator still enjoying his debut season as a goalie. So there's going to be a couple kinks to work out here and there. No harm, no foul. What that does mean is that we do see this Rasmus picking up size. Not to mention Drek also getting it as well, which is interesting. And Imac opting for the heavy impact, perhaps for the cooldown reduction, insofar as the Atlas primary is pretty good for that. But yeah, I mean, interesting draft all around. Underrated, perhaps, energy pickup on Noctilite, having been barred out of both Size Awakenings here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Catalyst, as you mentioned, get so much value in the previous games. I think it might have won maybe all the games that it was picked in. But right now, the Monu and Timeless is providing a lot of value still. I mean, a goalie like Drek is basically the best at dealing with the Monu Timeless Finny, I'd say. And once it gets to the other side, the size that Scythen just picked up is just too much to deal with on the back foot. And yeah, it's looking so dominant for Lockdown here so far.
Yeah, but here we go. Crazy old hijinks. Somehow, Slough only losing one barrier, and at the 11th hour at that, they have managed to hold incredibly for 99% of that Finny ult. But man, it just lasts forever, especially with that timeless. Not to mention the extra special is going to mean there's a whole lot more of that where that came from. Still, there, yeah, I mean, there goes another one. Kind of interestingly used there in top lane. Perhaps not the most value being extracted from it, but no harm, no foul. The flip, though, coming to absolutely nothing. Sloth able to hold on to his own and play through his midfielder to secure that particular out clear. And now, a lot of chaos happening here on top lane. Both teams vying to push it through. Bit of a crazy interaction off of the Atlas circle. Luckily, Lawa in the right place, right time to flip and stop the bleeding. And now this is what you want to see. Great setup by the Cats, taking the barrier and the goal in rapid fire succession.
Yeah, Sloth swiftly punished there for wasting his flip, and just was caught a bit off guard by that Rasmus hook. And that little mistake was enough for Cats to get this first goal here for them in the set. Now, they are on a map where I think they're going to struggle to get it through this now. I mean, the win con that they're looking for right now seems to be killing, but Scythen, you know, is possibly enough all on his lonesome in the front to just break the barriers as he finds a great hook onto the enemy goalie and a nice pass by
What the?
Geo, almost saved by Immaculator, but a bit of a, I mean, almost a Sophia moment where it just was hitting the net, unfortunately, by that Atlas secondary.
There was almost a cool thing there. But yeah, the secondary, which had come out earlier in the point, ending up taking the goal. Quite unfortunate. But that's quite not the problem. Or that's not too much of a problem. They do end up taking Sloth's first barrier, no trouble. which they need to do because I just now realized lockdown is on match point here in this the second game. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. But yeah, no, the Cats need to lock in, and they are. They should be able to feed it into the ultimate here, but they actually cannot. And a good stun by
Oh,
Scythen means that the first barrier is gone. But oh, there we go. Kazan doing Kazan things. Owner stepping up big time to slot that past Sloth. And we have two flips from Team Cats and on the Goop map against a lockdown team with no dodge. So things could get really hairy here.
yeah, I mean, lockdown might be good, but Cats have the most experience in the league at being 1 point away from a loss, and maybe they're going to use it here to get the win. They have an advantage in terms of energy on their goalie here, and they have the barrier broken down, so maybe Immaculator is looking to push up. Maybe they don't need it, though, if the Kazan is able to convert here. Lewa, though, taken very low. Flip does come out, shoots it bottom side, but a lack of coordination there means that it doesn't end up in the hands of the Finny ultimate, and it seems like lockdown are now converting to the offense. Gio is quite low, though. No evade remains for him, and he's walked himself into being staggered, which means that the Kazan might just be able to launch him into the top side of the map. Now, Scythen, a midfielder who can control the core, will still be difficult to get through in the power play. But once they get it through, they have the Kazan with the flip, and it's all on the hands of Immaculator and Leowa to just get the ball up. It's so close for them, but the ball's just not moving to him.
Oh, an Immaculator getting his ankles broken. Luckily, Scythen is not able to find the strike in time. Means that we are still going in this point. Slav equal to it. Reacts instantly to the flip, and there we go. Good TP in by Giovanni. No, it might have been in the goop, but just needed to be in there for long enough to strike the ball once. And Lockdown take the series in emphatic fashion, only dropping a couple of goals along the way.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back dominance here coming out from lockdown. I mean, the Cats got close to winning that final set for certain. If the ball had just rolled closer and maybe in a better spot for this Kazan's flip, it could have been a closer game, but inevitably that was just 2-3-0s and continued dominance here coming out for lockdown, making greater steps towards their campaign of possibly ending up in this three-way tie for first seed. If in the next series, I believe, Wildcards beat Blobgap, and then Lockdown beats Vass in week 10, that's the situation we could be running into. So yeah, that's been it for us so far, but tune into the next series, which is a very crucial playoff seed deciding matchup between Blobgap and Wildcards. But that's been it for us. We will be going to a break now.
And welcome back, everyone. We are here after a short little break for what I would argue the series of the day between Wildcards and Blobgap. Both of these teams obviously in playoffs. Both of these teams already being here for a longer time and performing well. And this is an important series for both of them because even though at this point all four teams are locked for playoffs, seeding still matters. And getting a win here is going to be incredibly valuable for Card if they want to be placed higher on the seed. Same for Blob. They need to get a win here if they want to lock themselves a very likely 1-2 seed to share together with us. And joining me in the series, obviously, is Patat. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm here. I'm excited for this match ahead of us. I think I haven't seen a whole lot of EUSL because usually I wake up 3 hours after this current time, but I know that Blobgap Wild Cards, they have a lot of cool players. I've talked to a few of them personally and had some great conversations. But more importantly, I know that there are a lot of really good players as well. Lucas 441 in particular has played on the NA servers a little bit in solo queue, so that's a player that even on that 120 plus ping that they usually have is a really good player. So I'm excited to kind of see what all is going to be pulled out here. Is we have a hotshot bulk up start on Taiko Temple. What are you seeing, Slav?
I mean, Hotshot's always a bit messed up, you know? Like, especially in something like Taiko, it's very crazy. I think both of the Atlas and the Rune bands, I think they are very reasonable to go for. They're really strong characters on this map. Both of these teams can pilot them. So, and they're incredibly good with Hotshot. What does that leave you with? Well, obviously, the Estelle first pick for Blobgap, incredibly valid. Again, Hotshot start. I think that's all you need to say. And the good thing about a start like this is, as well, is even though there's a lot of beneficiaries to a Hotshot, if you're not the greatest fan or the biggest fan of it, you can go bulk up and be fine. I think that's where the Asher is likely going to go into, that Wildcard's opted for. They're just going to play their game plan on Taiko, which is just lock down and shove her up front with some connecting midfield. They locked the Asher into Dubu to have that defensive prowess in the Dubu and have that offensive power in the Asher, getting themselves that ready. And obviously Blobgap's going to look at them a bit weird, say like, you gave us judo, what are you doing? But the now pick in the end as well. I think this draft is a really good example of the way that both of these teams like to play. I think Wildcards really likes to play that, again, like that lockdown into shover, controlled kind of game plan, get core from the defensive side that does not break into the offensive side that you cannot stop, while a Blobgap has a bit more playmaking to it, a bit more creativity to it in a way, and also because they're not going to outshove you, but they're going to outplay you. They might even just kill you as well. Zentaro SL Juno has a surprisingly high amount of damage output.
Yeah, definitely. I think there is, Juno. If you use, I think Hotshot isn't really going to give you the damage that Bulk Up's going to give you, but also you're going to get the cooldowns that Bulk Up is going to give you, or that Hotshot's going to give you, and in some cases that can end up having a much higher DPS by the end of the game. I think additionally, just having a sort of flex comp, I think Blobgap can go like the Estelle Juno backline. I hope is gonna be able to get a lot of chip damage. I like to kind of look at damage in chip, knockback, or like active hitting you. And a character like Bice is that actively hitting you, but Estelle and Juno are both really good at just chipping your health away piece by piece, and then Zentaro is that character that's just going to be able to fly at you, have 80 million kill confirms to take you off the field, and then all of a sudden, hey, guess what, you're in a power play.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like it's gonna be the onus is a little bit on Blobgap here to show that they can do these things and kind of play forwards towards that, because they have the duty of showing that this comp works and that it's going to be able to execute. Because if they're not going to be able to put out the performances that they need, the consistency that Wildcards can put on the board is just going to outdo you. And a matter of fact, the consistency is what Wildcard has really been thriving off recently, because a little flashback towards the season of how it's been going. Wildcard actually, within the top 4 teams, within the first round robin, they've lost all 3 of their series. They went 0-3 against Wasp, Blob, and Lockdown. Going into the second round robin, exact opposite. They've beaten Lockdown, they've beaten Voss, and they're looking to beat Blobgap here now, which would be a complete turnaround in the middle of the season, which would be incredible to follow and watch happen. Which I'm very excited for, to see if they can carry on that momentum into this potentially last series in terms of like seeding for them. I don't remember who their last opponent is next week, but I don't think that's going to be quite as an impactful game as this one. But I heard the game pop in the back of my headphones, and I think we're starting to slowly load into it. So excited to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of variability here. Both these teams are very strong, and as you say, there are a lot of this match in particular matters a lot for kind of who is going to make playoffs in what way. Because I believe both teams are a lock for playoffs, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But there is a matter of seeding, which personally Sloth was talking to me about how cooked it is if certain results happen, and we really do not want to have a four-way tie for playoffs. So if all goes well, Sloth won't have to deal with that, and I'll let him kind of talk about that however he wants. But I'm looking forward to how it all is going to kind of turn out and play. And either way, I'm hoping for just a great match.
Yeah, that's actually the funny situation. If Wildcards wins here and Lockdown beats Voss next week, all the top 4 teams are gonna be on the exact same scoreline, and all of their head-to-heads are gonna be 1-1 against each other, meaning head-to-head doesn't resolve anything. So yeah, that could be fun. Hey, really great for the competitive like level of the league, because that means we have 4 teams that are exactly on the same level. But I, as an organizer, not a fan. Anyways, we're starting off already, and we're starting off strong with Wildcards, immediately going to take a double barrier here. Again, that consistency coming through. The defense on Juno not really being the strongest when you're just met with Asher now in front of you, but obviously the dynamic team come from Blobgap has some avenues to come back here, so we'll have to see if they can get these barriers down and away from Nero, or if they're going to get just forced through by this Asher, which almost immediately happens there. KO found for Ivy.
Yeah, as that Juno off the field is going to be a little bit scary, a bit less space that you cover, but Estelle is really good at just having that space coverage, and oh no, unfortunately, Ivory actually didn't even really take apart Nero with the Tofu Fortress is going to actually be the person who locks that down, as that's the first goal going over to Wildcards. I think their comp is going to be really, really good for just that simple space coverage. Blobgap has a bit more of that speed, but as soon as Wildcards get it in the corner against you, really what can you do other than hope the other team screws up, because that's just a whole bunch of lockdown characters all in the corner. But it is on the other side, Blobgap getting the great offense to start off this point.
Yeah, really good offense. Downside is the fact that Wildcards also is very prone to just playing 3-man defenses, and if you have to go past a Dubu and an Asher, it's pretty rough. 2 flips being used by Wildcards there as well to get the second barrier, and now back on the offense. You do have 2 flips available for the side of Blobgap. We'll have to see if they can use those aggressively, maybe get a KO on Lucas or get the barrier off of Nero. Flip coming through by Zar there, waiting it out a little bit, but there's just so much that you have to go through, and the strike layering from the side of Wildcards just fits perfectly.
Yeah, it's still 1 flip available for the side of Blobgap. Yotis also looking pretty high up on the energy bar. But that's going to be Ivory taking Zarnif off the field, and now Nero just trying to get it up to Asher. Great jump from Yotis Man. Is going to be able to grab the barrier down. Now Rookie Cookie almost getting the goal through Nero, but great Dubu strike is going to mean that nothing is found. Power play now burned out, but no, it is once again online as Yotisman has to burn the flip to get something, but Rookie Cookie on the 1v1 against Nero is going to find the kill and the goal on this point. Zarnif, the side of Blobgap, playing a bit of a 2v3, but takes it in stride.
Yeah, both of the teams just being so aware of the slight mispositionings that are coming through, allowing them to find these KOs and these power plays. But again, that just evens it out, which means, again, I think we're in for a great series here. Even though, personally, I think one team comp here might be a little bit better than the other, I can definitely see that this go either way, as, again, both of these teams are now down to only 1 barrier, same side, which makes this very interesting. The second one drops off of Neron already, but another KO found by Ivy there, flip coming out by Cookies, not able to get it through the defense from Wildcards, though. As we're going into a bit more of a neutral state. Going into the corner here is going to be able to get it out, though. And the Tofu Fortress coming through. Also, we're dealing with the Dubu and Taiko. I'm worried, actually, for,
Ye-
for game
Ooh.
functionality.
Oh, it's a little scary, but oh no, Lucas is gonna be able to grab that goal with the flip. Ivory a little bit laggy there. It's gonna be jumping around a bit on the screen, but ultimately it doesn't matter. You don't know where that Asher is, and that may help you out if you're playing that offense. Is nice easy goal for the side of wildcards. Is they're able to keep the defense going.
Yeah, they very much are. Ivy looking for a KO on the Odes as well. They're not able to find it. Almost gets a KO onto Zar, but the knockback isn't strong enough as now Lucas jumps in. The Tofu Fortress coming through as well. Now going back to cover. There's a lot of damage finds itself onto now there. Obviously now has the sustainability though to keep herself alive. As
Oh,
a little bit of an unfortunate lag coming through. Nero gets that core. Ivy now in a close range 1v1 though. Somehow that works out in favor of wildcards, and it works out so well as they take the set off of it.
yeah, there are a couple players in NA that feel like they lag right into the perfect spot, and that's a little bit of what Ivory is doing here in this match, and I was just working out super well. Is going into draft there. We have Nero the Dubu on that first pickup, and perhaps not the best, but that is a catalyst pickup, which can help with a little bit of that energy scaling. Heavy impact on Zentaro is going to be pretty nice. Just a lot more cooldowns to work with, and a lot more of those impacts to work with as well. Additionally, though, Juno Hotshot Deadeye for Yotusman is going to be really nice to have because that just is red core. I think if you have that Deadeye proc, it just red cores before overtime even hopes to happen. So that's a really cool situation there. If you are the side of Blob Gap, you lost that first set, but perhaps not the entire series.
I would even say they probably won that draft because not only do you get that Deadeye onto Juno, which enables her a lot more, you also get heavy impact Zentaro, which, you know, like, I don't know about you, but it's not the current version of Zentaro, but I remember versions of Zentaro that just give me nightmares whenever he has something like a heavy impact and a 1-2 punch or something. And having one of these already is gonna be a great setup for him. Additionally, Zar also getting among Titans, which means he's gonna be able to keep up with that movement speed that Lucas is gonna be able to put down. So I do feel like Blobgap here is actually a lot more happy with how this draft went compared to Wildcards.
Yeah, definitely. Blobgap just taking it in stride, and you can see they're doing it very effectively. Is already the both players down for the side of wild cards, and that's gonna be the goal going in as well. Right past the Dubu, Nero has that Pauldrons, but not any speed to back it up, and ultimately just core goes soaring through. And now we're looking at Blobgap looking pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, extremely comfortable. With Zar also having a flip, needs to be aware to not get killed right there, though, as they do manage to survive. Ivy now in the corner as the Asher, obviously a really good, but they do get the core out, so Blobgap just kind of answering that hard shove from the side of wildcards, well, making it difficult for them to get into position, and again, making use of that dynamic play pattern that they have, rotating the core a lot, making it very difficult for Ivy to get into her positions, as they're also, again, just doing a lot of damage while they're rotating the core. Now ult has to come through to keep him alive. A flip comes through as well, together with the Asher ultimate now, the pass splitter and the Tofu Fortress. This seems like a doomed defense, but somehow the strike layerings just is good enough. Flip coming through, Yod's not there in time as the second barrier drops, but that's a lot of resources used to basically just equalize the point, if they even get it, because right now Blobgap is still holding on.
Yeah, Blobcap down on the barriers, but definitely not out, as they're just able to keep it out. Nobody really has any energy to their name, but perhaps it's not needed just yet, as great offense from Rookie Cookie, and Zarnif is going to take out that first barrier now. Yoda's been able to keep it away from Ivory. Once Ivory gets the core, it's kind of cooked. It's a very scary spot, but as long as Ivory doesn't get it, I think the side of Blobgap is looking pretty comfortable. That is a great evade from Yodas on the Ivory Lies attempt at a dash punch. So nothing found just yet once again. And Nero just able to keep this defense going. Never mind, I spoke too soon, as that's going to be barrier down now. Yodas with that Deadeye proc is going to find that super fast core, but it may not matter. Rookie Cookie, oh no! Back angle on the drum, as now Rookie with the flip is going to try and get this goal down. But it's Ivory just keeping it really kind of stuck at the midfield line without much to say from the other team. But Zarnif at the flip is going to be able to catch the goal right past Nero and the pass splitter from Ivory as well. That's going to be the goal found.
Yeah, I feel like wildcards are currently struggling mainly with mobility. They're just not able to match the rotations, and they cannot get themselves into a position because they don't have any movement speed awakenings to their name right now. The only thing they have is the now speed up, and that's not really going to cover because just among Titans on Zaranov alone is going to be enough to basically outmatch that. And then on top of that as well, defense not necessarily fun or easy for Nero there, as the somersault also does go south, as both of the barriers are gone now. Yodsman again rotating the court to the bottom, and a clean secure by Cookies there to get it in to even this out. And that's what I meant with the last draft. I think you just got so much for Blob Gap that works towards their own game plan, and wildcards, they just need movement speed, which they can get in here, but not all of it. Ugh.
Yeah, now going into the draft, I think we're seeing a monumentalist potentially available for that now. But team player picked up for Zarnif is going to be really, really good for just playing this court around the other team almost entirely. Could be pretty scary to have, but on the other side, you got monumentalist onto now. You got a bit more speed. Not scaling with the bulk up, unfortunately, because DB opted for Nero opted for Hotshot, but it is blocking away from Rookie Cookie. And you also have a bit of scaling from everyone else here as we get into this third set. Oh, both barriers down now from the side of Blob Gap.
Yeah, really good attack there. I think for the draft. Oh, really good strike as well. Yod's not actually able to get that hit. But looking at the draft again, you have like awakenings that on paper are really good for wildcards, but I'm just not sure if it's enough. Monumentalist now is really good. Peak performance from Dubu is great because he gets more movement speed, he gets to be more active. But you gotta weigh that against the team player and again just base movement speed that the Cookies got as well. And once again, immediately they get into position, they get both of the barriers, and now Nero's back to defending an open goal, which Dubu doesn't do the greatest at. So we'll have to see if that's gonna come through.
Yes, open barrier for wildcards is a little bit scary. That Dubu doesn't have much movement speed still in the net. But maybe I'll be able to get the defense here. No, Zarnif with the piercing shot is going to be able to grab it through that strike from Nero, and that's going to be the goal found for the side of Blob Gap. Now we're all tied up 1-1 in this third set.
Yeah, and it's tied up, but it doesn't feel fully tied up because I just feel like Blopgap has so much more control over what they want to be doing here. They're just playing in the half of wildcards so much more, which also makes Asher a pretty difficult character to pilot. You want to play an enemy half so much more than your own if you're playing her as forward. So we'll have to see a lot of damage onto Lucas there as well. Almost gets taken out, forced to use the flip there. And the flip coming out by Zard there, almost taking that barrier. Nero holding on to dear life, forcing another flip. The barrier's still alive somehow, as damage is going to come through. But again, now Lucas, no evades, no HP. Surely not long on this map anymore. Does get an orb, does get a heal through, and now suddenly it's Cookie's the one that has to worry for his life.
Yeah, Cookie looking a little scared on that, having to run back to grab the orb. And oh my gosh, oh no! That's an insane combo. Perhaps not intentional with the pass splitter from Ivory is going to mean that now that's a kill power play for the side of wildcards. I spoke too soon though, is Yodasved is going to be able to get the kill with Zara onto Ivory, and now it's the power play for the side of Blob Gap. Great attempt at the pass, and that's going to be no goal scored. Near able to keep it out for now with that summer assault. Now Balls and Ivory working there with the field, and that's going to be the stun with the breakthrough, catching the goal for Lucas and the side of wildcards. Incredible sequence, but I mean that hold from Nero and that just entire play from both sides was incredible.
Yeah, really big back and forth point, and an important point for wildcards as well, because we're in that all known third set, right, where the game can just swing a lot of ways if you end up being the winning team there. So getting that second point is incredibly important, especially with, again, the barriers just falling so fast on the side of wildcards there. Blobcap just being so oppressive on their attack. Lucas has a flip available, might have to use it just to stay alive at this point, because it's starting to look very difficult for him to really do anything. As again, the attack is trying to be set up for the side of Blobcap. Kill being found by Cookies onto Lucas, and now it's a power play that they gotta take advantage of to even things out.
Yeah, but power play has stalled out a little bit as they're trying to find some sort of opening, some sort of team player speed, and that's just going to be a barrier falling down from their own strikes from the side of Blob Gap. But it doesn't matter. Zarnav able to get the Crystal Thorns, just nice easy goal right past that Nero, and going to be able to catch the goal. Now it's all tied up here in this third set. One more point, and whoever's winning this could be looking at potentially the final set of the match.
Yeah, one more point. It's pretty even, with the only thing to mention being that Ivy has a flip available for herself soon, which means that's going to be a really good tool at getting the attack, but they immediately get one barrier off of Nero there. Piercing shot coming through, Somersault going south as the Tofu Fortress has to come out as well. Dubu basically on 0 cooldowns now, but a double barrier by Ivy, excellently found there, as energy is just going to continue to be farmed. The pass player coming through as well, making Zar low. Ivy's flip does not connect with the cordon. That's so bad for her, because she had such an easy way to set up her score, and now it's going to be so much more difficult.
Yeah, but that is Lucas with the flip. Is going to try and get it to Ivory, but nothing is found as Cookies now on the other side. It has a flip of their own to burn. Still has nothing found yet, but great job with the flip onto the pass. Is going to be able to catch that goal right past Nero, and that's going to be Blob Gap taking it now to this fourth set, up 2-1. Looking at the draft here as well, I'm seeing that fire up that potentially Nero was trying to scale into with the first draft, but now it's kind of cooked for that potential. But Fight or Flight as well is going to be really, really nice for ETOS to have a bit more speed.
Yeah, I'm curious where the rest of this draft is going to go. A Spark pickup is going to be fine for both of the wildcard members here. Obviously, just a deny off of Zentaro, off of Cookies, making sure he doesn't get that second one. And the extra special deny coming through as well to make sure that Dubu does not have that Tofu Fortress too much. Nero does end up getting that fire up together with the Catalyst, which could come into play, but again, it's going to be good whenever he is able to proc it, because it's going to make up for that speed deficit that they have, but I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough. I'm still not fully convinced of that yet, and we'll have to see by both of these teams playing it out if that is going to make the difference or not.
Yeah, as looking at this draft, I think it is a lot of really good stuff for both sides, but ultimately, it comes down to how these teams play. In my personal opinion, the side of Blob Gap has a bit of a better comp into wildcards because they can just pass it around. And now that they've kind of scaled that as well, they just pass it around, and Dubu's a sitting duck on the defensive line. But they have to be able to get it out of their own defensive line, as just so much pressure from Lucas and Ivory is going to mean that one barrier's down, and they've had it on their side of the field for so long. That is a great jump from Yotis. Going to be able to catch that first barrier down now, and Nero having to burn that flip. Oh, did end up getting fire up. I entirely didn't realize that. And so they all have that 50% speed, able to keep it out against this side of Blob Gap. But now that speed's gone, now we're going back to a bit of a slower game for the side of Wildcards. They have to find this goal or barrier before Blob Gap can really get their passes and core speed flowing. Because once that happens, they can be very scary, as Cookie's looking very, very low. Ivory has the flip still available, but nothing is found just yet.
Yeah, I don't think Nero's having a good time, honestly, because this is such a fast-paced game, especially if you go into overtime. It makes it so difficult for you to properly manage your cooldowns and just keep up with the reactions as well, because that Juno, that Estelle, they're sending the core flying with that hotshot in an overtime, and it's difficult for wildcards, I think, to really get past that overtime. I think in overtime they're always going to be the team that's going to have to do a lot more for things to work out, so they need to find a way to score before we even hit into that point, and they're doing so right now with a really bold run up as well. A lot of damage coming through there, getting almost a KO, but they do need to have a lot of more aggression, I feel like, if they do want to be able to take home the set.
Yeah, I mean, once we get into that overtime, as you're saying, it can get really, really hard to do really much of anything in this game for the side of Wildcards, because they just have to keep up with that speed, and Blob Gap has the comp to do so, and Wildcards really don't. So we saw there 27 seconds left in regulation time. They were able to grab that goal. But now that Blob Gap is kind of taking it slower, we're already 10 seconds in, and nothing has been found for either side, and you really don't want to see that if you're wild cards. You have to find some way to get it through really early on, because as soon as we get down to this late part, it gets scary because of core speed. But, oh, great job. Lucas and Ivory now both with the flip online, and that may be a flip here opted for soon as Nair's walking up a little bit. Doesn't even need the flip, as that's going to be Ivory with the breakthrough. Stunning ETOS man, and now the side of wildcards looking pretty comfortable on this point.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to how they're going to be able to use those flips, if those flips are going to get those barriers that they're looking for, or if it's going to be defended well. But they already get one of the barriers, not even by using a flip, which puts them in an excellent spot. They're in corner now as well, with Asher, with Dubu Tofu Fortress there. The court does go out, but Zar has to take a lot of damage for it to do that. As a flip comes out by Nero now, gets defended though, and immediately loses a barrier for it as well. Yodes does have a flip, Zar has one as well too. So we'll have to see all of the flips being sent out now by wildcards. And now suddenly, even though they did get the barrier, I'll have to question whether it's going to really look great for them here, because there is a pretty hefty energy advantage now for the side of Blobcap.
Yeah, Zar has that flip online, and Cookie is looking pretty high on that energy bar as well. Maybe able to get something here soon, as that is going to be Zar taking Lucas off the field. Now Cookies has to find some way into this now, as the flip is going to come out and find the kill onto Ivory. It's Nero on the 1v3, trying to find something, but just that Dubu is so menacing and massive up in that defensive line, and when you're only defending one barrier, there's not a whole lot you got to cover. As power play entirely stuffed out by the side of wildcards. This is what they want here. Is now we're in overtime, but that is a lot of cooldowns wasted for really no gain from the side of Blobcap. Nero, though, unfortunate somersault is going to end up missing. Lucas trying to get it up to Ivory, but nothing is found just yet. Is Nero able to get it to Ivory with that with the around the world pass, but they just can't get it through Zar and Cookies, and that's going to be the goal found from Zar on the Crystal Thorns. And looking at 2-2, only one more point, and Blobcap may potentially be able to lock down this set.
Yeah, they're very much looking to do that. Energy across the field decently even, so it's going to come down to how you can execute what you want to do. And immediately wildcards go into that corner, get the pass splitter out, and get that first barrier off of the side of Blobcap. The Tofu Fortress coming out as well defensively, making sure that they do not lose their own barrier there. So trying to rotate into the bottom half here, trying to get themselves set up. Do get that barrier as well. Lucas has a flip, and so does Ivy soon as well. So if they can get themselves set up in the enemy half and get these flips in a good position, it's going to be incredibly efficient. As Ivy does fall, Cookie's just using his entire Zentaro kit just to get her out, and it worked. It worked out well for them, because now they have a power play. Lucas and Nero still doing a really good job keeping the core away from the barriers, but it's a question of time until eventually Blobcap can get into an attacking position. Respawn coming out clutch by Ivy though.
Yeah, Nero has flip available and is gonna have to burn it for that fire up speed to get the core out of the net. But now it is Lucas and Ivory on the offensive line, and that is gonna be Ivory catching the strike straight through the defensive line of Blobcap. And now we're looking at set 5, of course, with these two teams very, very close, keeping it competitive all the way through. And looking at this draft, anything crazy to see here, Slav?
I'm just seeing rapid fire, and I'm just worried for whoever's gonna get it, because it's just a lot more ability is gonna be good. Obviously, rapid fire has to be denied off of that Juno, but that gives Juno 1-2. If Jodes doesn't end up opting for it. They do give Chrono Boost as well. Maybe they're trying to give 1-2 to Estelle. No, they do get Juno 1-2. Chrono Boost on now could be a worry, because now a lot of that movement speed issues that were present before are not going to be here anymore. Explosive Entrance has to be denied off of the Zentaro to just at least make it somehow work and not have Cookies completely kill you all the time. Also, though, very funny pickup. I'm looking forward for Dubu just like rolling into Narnia for fun.
Yeah, I am a little concerned here, because Nero has been really, really good on the defense, but it feels like as soon as they use their somersault, it misses it misses 2 and 3 times. And so I'm a little scared of seeing how far Nero may fly. But if they change up the way that they use it a little bit, it can definitely work out well. That is going to be the kill found onto onto Cookies for the side of wildcards. And power play kind of stuffed out now, but it is not going to be stuffed out in time to prevent the barrier from going down, as Ivory now on the 1v3 is going to be able to find the barrier and stun on Yotisman, almost catching the goal, but Nero has the flip, has that fire up speed, and Ivory is just there to cover everything.
Yeah, really good walk up there, realizing that Lucas has the bottom locked down and they can just walk up and assist in that pressure. They do get themselves the first goal and they still have 2 flips to work with, basically. As Blobcap's trying to answer, trying to go off kickoff and get into their aggressive spot, but immediately KO being found. Also, the adrenaline rush on now actually being a hidden gem here. Lucas has been getting so many procs off of that, which just makes it so impossible for the enemy, for the side of Blobcap, to really deal with that now because she's just so fast in these power plays.
Yeah, I mean, Chrono Boost is giving so much speed, and it helps that, oh my gosh, Cookie's taking off the field, and it's so scary if you're the side of Blobgap. We aren't in overtime yet. Your Juno can't hit the core 9 million miles an hour off of a single hit, and so you still gotta be scary, be wary of this other team. But the side Rookie or Cookie is back online. Yodisman and Zarnef trying to just work their way at the field, get it through this heavily defensive comp of Dubu now, and it is a little difficult for them to do, but nothing is found still because of it. Asher is just so good at stuffing out that flip too, preventing anything from being found on that offensive line from the defensive line from the side of Blobgap. Just so close. Trying to get something. Here is Nero taking flight on the somersault. Flip still online. Ivory and Lucas both very high on their energy. Almost getting that flip as fire up speed is going to be there for the taking. Triple flip now out. And that is going to be the side of Wildcards finding this point. One more point now until they take the game.
Yeah, really important point because I feel like if you're not scoring right there, oh man, is the momentum not in your favorite anymore? But fortunately enough, Ivy was very aware of the timing, waited out the Centauro ultimate to make sure that they can get it through. As one barrier now drops the attack coming through by Blobgap again, trying to out rotate, but it's just so much more difficult to out rotate against a Chrono Boost now, as compared to what we had previously, right? It is just that movement speed that suddenly has found its way into Wildcard's hands, and the Dubu behind it, also not easy to go through. It's still a very good hamster defensively. Flip coming out, but again, just completely snuffed out. And it just seems so impossible for Blobcap to really get this barrier unless you have a major misplay from the side of Wildcards.
Yeah, as the barrier from Wildcards is open, so it is a little scary. Oh, Nero also taking off the map. That is going to be Cookies finding an answer to this oppressive pressure from the side of Wildcards. They can't last into overtime all the time, but if they can catch random kills like that, good finds on the goals and the scores, they're going to be able to hopefully get something going, and they're down, but definitely not out, as they still got 2 more points to go, potentially a set 5.5 banger here in this game. Cookie, Yotis, Zarnef just trying to keep this game competitive, and that's going to be first barrier down now, keeping it competitive once more.
Yeah, trying to go through the top there, but that's not really going to find a lot of success against the Dubu, as again, they're rotating away. Yode's trying to find a cheeky angle here, but just finds himself in their own corner as the pass player comes through as well. Flip available for Ivy. Does not connect to the core. Excellent placing by Yodes there, as Cookies is taking a lot of damage. Flip coming through by Lucas there as well now. They're still in the corner, but it's looking a bit more manageable, at least for now, as they're again just pummeling away at Cookies as well, trying to find that KO. Not able to do so, not having enough power on the Sasher just yet, so they will just rotate back into the corner offensive. That core has not left that corner in, I feel like, 20 seconds.
Yeah, but as you say, it finally gets out of the corner and instead goes to the other corner for the time being, is Lucas and Ivory just keeping this offense flowing, and that's going to be barrier down now. Blobgap have to find something to get themselves back in this game, but that's Cookie on the offensive. No! Lucas with the primary is going to be able to find it, and Ivory takes the kill onto Yotis, and there's no goalie left in that, and that's Wildcards taking this first game 3-2 in the series. Incredible job from both sides. Incredibly competitive and crazy matchup, but ultimately it is going to be that find for the side of Wildcards.
Oh, I'm just looking at the stats. I'm sorry. Cookie's had a field day, and he's gonna really enjoy the damage as he has, because he has 67,000 damage. He was just pummeling the enemy team, trying to find KOs, not getting as many as he would have liked to ultimately. And I do think the reason that Wildcards was able to close out this game and win for themselves is again just a little bit more of that security / consistency in their team comp, in what they needed to do. They just had a simpler game plan and they were just better at executing it. Whereas I do think Blobgap has a higher ceiling. It's just so much more challenging to really get that past and get that through a defensive line of Dubu now, which also intrigues me in regard of what's going to happen for the next game, what's going to happen for the next draft, because for the next game we're going to Night Market, a map that is very similar to Taiko Temple in my regards. You're playing through two lanes. Sure, you have the speed gap in the middle instead of the bumpers, but the way you approach it is decently similar, which means you can directly attack that game plan that wildcards have if you are the side of Blobcap here.
Yeah, there is a way to answer, and I think Blobgap can definitely find some way back in the series. We were talking a little bit before the series began. This is going to be a very, very competitive matchup, and there are no swaps, no changes in the roster substitutions or anything like that. But I think it will continue to be a very, very even matchup here. Notably, Blobgap is currently sitting at a 6-2 record, and Wildcards are sitting at the 5-3 record in the season so far. So Wildcards have the potential to just end it here in this next game, even up the scores 6-3 on both sides, and it should be fun. Here is we're figuring out who's gonna be blue, who's gonna be red in this next game.
Yeah, I do wonder again. I think Night Market, it's a very it's an interesting map in Europe. Like, I think you love it or you hate it. I don't think there's ever a guy that's going through Night Market and it's like, nah, it's okay. I can deal with it. Which makes me a bit curious how both of these teams stand on it, because we're looking at whose pick was the Night Market actually. Let me scroll up really quick and look that up before I say something wrong. It's Wildcard's pick. I'm not surprised. So Wildcards opted to go for that Night Market. And again, it's just because that's exactly what they like, which actually in hindsight very much surprises me, because that means Blobgap chose Taiko into Wildcards, which I think is a bold choice, but I also don't know what they've been practicing. So, but it's another map that's very much aligned with what Wildcards wants to do, and I do think if you're looking at the characters here, you need to target either one of the strong defensive options that Nero has in the net, or anything that can just connect the midfield well that Lucas can pilot. If you don't plan on playing the Now, and the Now looks somewhat okay to go for here, maybe even ban her, get rid of a Kai. I'm not sure if they're playing at that midfield anymore, but just anything that's like very speed heavy is usually where Lucas feels at home and where he can thrive the most. So I feel like that's something you want to be looking at if you're Blobgap. Also, and while just continuing to play for your own strengths, because I think Blobgap still has a very good understanding of what they want to do and what they want to play for. So I'm very curious to see where the bans are going to fall in this Night Market map, especially very curious to see what awakenings we're going to be gifted with, or going to be blessed with, because again, if it's another hotshot start or something, well, it can't be a hotshot start, but I'm looking at like a chrono boost start or just something like very polarizing. It could be quite an interesting series here.
Yeah, as on Night Market, it's a bit more of the map that you've dealt with in the past, and we're gonna be blessed with a Spark of Strength and Team Player start on this game number 2.
So, do you like core speed? Because if you liked core speed last game, you're gonna like core speed this game. And the benefit as well is you can still pick up sparks if you're not the biggest fan of Team Player yourself. But Night Market Team Player, oh god, I think we're here for like 40 minutes. I think this is gonna be a very, very long game, and I'm very curious to see again where these bans are going to fall, because oh man, you just really gotta hit the right targets here, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to see perhaps some more, so a bit of a different comp from the side of wild cards this time. I would say that between the two teams, the Dubu may not work out as effectively this time with the just aggressive core speed that we're going to be given throughout the series. We're already have both our bands, Rune and Now, coming out, and so I think, that's a bit of a ban, and cards, wild cards, gonna lock in the Atlas. So maybe a little bit into the space, into open space, just with the primary, with the strike shot, all that fun stuff. But now with team player, a character that can't hit it too hard is gonna be able to shoot the core blindingly fast.
Yeah, and I think the now ban just makes so much sense because again it just enables Wildcard's game plan so much. Wildcard does get the Atlas like you said, and I think the Atlas is a really good pickup for them. It's a character that Nero does particularly well on, and again on Night Market with team player, that is a major threat. What does Blobcap get for it? Well, they do get a Kai. Kai is one of Yodes' better pick. Zar can definitely pilot it as well, but I would be expecting it to go towards Yodes, allowing him to be that second midfielder almost with how aggressive he likes to play it. And again, with team player, he has barrages that can deal with that speed. It's a bit more difficult than, again, just playing an Atlas, but it has a lot of a higher ceiling, I feel like. And the Juliet pick, I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of it because I just don't particularly like the Juliet into Atlas matchup, but it can definitely still work out well on a map like Night Market where the KO threat is incredibly real, and Cookies is a good enough of a player to acknowledge that and take advantage of that whenever someone is out of position.
Yeah, I think between the two, it is going to be, as a goalie who does play Atlas as well, I think it is a little difficult for Juliet to really get through Atlas, because the goal of both of those characters is to stun you and push the core out at the same, or push the core in the direction that they want at the same time. And so like Atlas's primary is a great example of that. But also Juliet's primary is a great example of that. And so it's kind of a back and forth of these characters to see what all shenanigans they can get up to. But ultimately, Atlas is the one that wins out because, woo, creations. So it is a little scary, as you say. But we'll see what this final pick from Blobgap is here to see kind of if they'll be able to do stuff with it. Additionally, that Kai is going to have a lot of space coverage, even like between goal and or midfield. I'm not 100% certain as to what it'll be. I think you mentioned Yotis Kai, but it will probably be just a lot of that space to move and that opportunity to get the core flying around the field around that Atlas player. So I think with the Ivy Kai Juliet, you have a very offensive and space covering comp, which should be very nice to have. And on the other side, you have wild cards, with a bit of a mixture of teams, bit of mixture of comps. I think the Atlas is gonna be really nice against that Juliet, but also you may not have some of that movement speed to kind of keep up with what the Estelle and the Zantara want to do.
Yeah, I'm actually very intrigued here to see where the goalie for Blobcap goes, where Yodesman goes here, because he plays Kai and he also plays Amy. He plays both of them really well. Same thing goes for Zor. Zor can play both of these as well and be excellent on them. So I'm curious to see how they're going to choose to play these characters, if they would rather have the Kai going into the Atlas or they want to have an Amy turret that can work a bit more aggressively. You can still get the Amy turret when you're playing from net, of course. So very, very intrigued to see how it's going to go as the picks come through. And it is the Kai in net for Yodes, with Zar playing the Amy in midfield. And on the other side, you have pretty expected outcomes. 4 Spark of Strengths, only team players on the goalies makes sense on a map like Night Market as well, as we're going to go into kickoff for Game 2.
Yeah, and already just in this match, we had the first kill going on onto our Zantaro Ivory with the dash punch found, and great job is, that's kind of what we want to see from the Juliet. You really want to be able to get these kills just out of nowhere, and really keep the forward pressure flowing with your team. And also if you can get in the corner, Atlas is good in the corner, but once he's out of the cooldowns, it's a bit rough to do anything for him. And great save for now, but we have an open net for the side of wild cards, and you just gotta be careful with the way that you're playing, with what you're doing here.
Yeah, most definitely. Flip having to be used by Cookies there as well, as Ivy still does interrupt it and gets a barrier for it. So open goal on both sides now as the dash punch does not connect with Nero. The Amy turret coming through, trying to force it through with that, but again, Blobcap not able to find it. Zar has a flip now, probably looking to make use of that, maybe for a KO, maybe to just secure the goal as they're just rotating core. We're still in the early stages of the game. The power scaling hasn't hit any crazy levels yet, but a piercing shot will hit Yodes together with that core actually to just absolutely catch him off guard and take that first goal.
Yeah, first goal down now for the set of wildcards, and Ivory does have that flip available and may have it here soon. Zara on the other side does still have the use the flip already. I looked away for a second. Ivory has that flip still, may use it, but I think with Nero, Lucas, and Ivory, it is a little scary just how you're opting to use these abilities and flips, because with Amy, Juliet, Kai, you all have basically an ability to throw it at all times. The cooldowns are a little less helpful for that Estelle, and break kill is going to mean that you even have a longer time to wait for those cooldowns to come out. So we'll just kind of see what happens here.
Yeah, most definitely. Right now, Blobcap is looking like they're just trying to suffocate that defense, trying to get Nero's abilities out and then just go through him that way. But Lucas doing a good job helping defensively there, and Ivy doing a good job just making sure that Cookie's life is very difficult right now in terms of HP as they're trying to get themselves into an offensive position again. Do get the core in front of the barrier, not able to get it though, as the Cyber Swipe also does not connect. The Expanse comes through but doesn't hold as a flip is forced out of Nero to get the attack out of his own goal net. And now we're in overtime, team player, which is a very entertaining situation to be in here, as the core is just going to be flying all the time.
Yeah, flip now coming out from Ivory is going to be saved away by ETOS, and Zar still has flip online, may end up using it here soon. Cookie, though, as well, has a lot of energy to work with and is just playing the game to kind of prevent Nero from having the space to get anything going. And it's been working out pretty well so far, but still no barrier found. On the other side, though, Ivory was able to get that barrier down with a great offensive play. But it feels like they're the side of Blobcap just isn't really able to find the corner that they need to get these goals on. And so we're not finding anything just yet, as Nero still able to save away all of these goals.
Yeah, and I think that's a difficulty of that matchup. A great attack by Ivy there, actually, to get that into the top corner. Yodes was not ready for it. But I do think that's a difficulty of that matchup, of that Juliet into the Atlas. Juliet wants to play close and just force it through with that dash punch, but Nero is patient enough to hold his abilities and just always have an answer for that. And again, that's only if you're in the position to use these abilities in the first place. Lucas is also doing an excellent job just disallowing Cookies from even getting into these positions to really make use of that Juliet kit. So we'll have to see if Blobcap is going to be able to find an adjustment for that, or whether they're just going to be essentially overwhelmed by the pure defensive force that Wildcards has on the field.
Yeah, definitely. As just they're able to keep this core away so effectively. Nero with the flip is gonna find both barriers from Yotasmed, who went a little too far out, and that's Cookie now taking Lucas off the field from this map. And oh, it's so close. It's so scary for the side of Wildcards. That's the second person off the map now. Cookies nowhere to be, or not Cookies. Ivy nowhere to be found, and that's the goal found. Great angle from Nero with the flip a while ago, but at some point Blobcap just figured out, hey, they can get killed. It's not that hard. And now they're looking pretty comfortable here with the flip still available for Zarnath.
Yeah, flip available, barrier taken as well. Nero a bit later, that strike flipping used to get the second one as well now, as Blobcap again on the offense here. Yodesman, I can already feel it. He's itching to run up and use this flip, but needs to wait for the right timing there as the Amy turret comes through. Lucas very low, has to be careful not to be taken out. The Atlas ultimate coming through, but no KO being found off of it, which means Lucas just going to be staggered, going to be taken out, and the corner offense by Zara and Cookies is just too good, and we're going to yet another 0.5 that we've seen so much already this series.
Yeah, just an incredible first set to this game too. It feels like it's lasted the full length of a game, as with just so much pressure from both teams, and ultimately I think Blobcap have kind of figured out a little bit of what their win condition is going to be. which is really just a lot of that pressure and the defense, or not the defense, the offense and the pressure on the defense has that, um, just kind of getting those kills and doing what they need to do. Yoda still has flip available, is going to use it here though to get away from Ivor. Great strikes again and again are going to mean that no barrier is found for the side of Wildcards just yet, but we're very close to that overtime, only 15 seconds ticking away, and I think that team player is going to get pretty fast from both these goalies here, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, most definitely. Lucas doesn't even want to get it into overtime because he just gets a one barrier and a beautiful stun. Yodes does not have an evade to work with there. And that's going to give the first set to Wildcards. And on a Spark start, getting a first set victory is so important because you have the opportunity to just get a Spark here. And we do have a Spark of Agility. However, there is Rapid Fire. So I think it might still be Rapid Fire for Lucas here, which hurts a little bit because now one of the side from Blobgap is guaranteed a second Spark. We'll see if they're going to opt for it.
Yeah, second Spark now picked up for Czar on the Imi. Is going to have agility and that extra strength. They're already doing a lot of damage, but now I think it's going to be even more so. On the other side, though, I think 1-2 punch on Atlas on Nero is going to mean that core is going to go flying all over the place pretty quickly. Should be very nice to have if you are Nero on that Atlas. Additionally, Ivory picking up Chrono Boost. It's probably the worst Dash Awakening that you can get, but nonetheless, it is a Dash Awakening that you can get. And so it is going to be nice to have. Perhaps not nice to have if you're not on the map to use it.
Yeah, most definitely. They do get the second barrier still, though, as Blobgap does exactly the same. The strike war is just good, but the strike shot even better by Nero to stall out some time to allow Ivy to come back, as Lucas now with the mid-speeds trying to get into a position. Those piercing shots are going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with as well now, because they're just going to be so much more frequent, as the dash punch does not find anything. Again, corner offense, but the Atlas thrives into Amy Turd whenever he does have his abilities up, and you can see that right there. As the flip comes through, the punch sends it bottom corner. Nero not able to read that properly, and that is a goal lead now for the side of Blobgap in the second set.
Yeah, Blobgap getting that just flip, nice easy flip from Cookies and catching that goal online. Czar and Yodas both have very high energy bars. Czar gonna opt to use that to try and get this clear out. And great save from the side of Blobgap to just keep this core out again and again and again. Ivory and Lucas, though, have to find some way in on this point. That's going to be the flip from Yodas, catching the barrier down now. Czar and Cookies both looking pretty comfortable on this offense. Going to get the dash punch right through Nero and catch the goal barrier down now. Open net for the side of Wildcards.
Yeah, an Atlas on an open net, not necessarily comfortable, but his saving grace is the fact that with Julie Amy, you don't have the most difficult of a time defending into that, given you can get into position against their own setups as they're going back into the corner. A lot of damage finding its way onto Czar here, almost being taken out. Ivy very much looking for that KO, close to a flip as well to maybe finish it, as Lucas is taking a lot of damage himself. Maybe Cookie's looking for that now. Evade coming through to deny that KO opportunity, and now we're in overtime. Now we're in team player territory, and now the core is going to go fast.
Yeah, core flying all over the net, but it may not matter. Great saves from Nero going to prevent this goal from being scored. Ivory now with the flip is going to be able to find the barrier down from Yodisman. And that is a great redirect off of the self-pass. Great strike, going to be able to lock in that goal. Wildcard is going to even it up in this second set here.
Yeah, that was an excellent switch up there, making sure to just catch a Yodsman off guard there. Now, no evades available for Ivy, but I don't think that's going to be an issue with the damage jumping, at least for now. As, again, Wildcard's on the attack here. Get one barrier with a swift rotation. Try to go down here maybe as well. No, keeping it up top. Now definitely trying to play outside of that Amy turret, though, as one barrier does drop in the end. Cookie's taking a lot of damage as well. Trying to regen up as Nero's holding on to that corner for now. Yode's a bit far up, so going to lose a bit of momentum there. The Atlas ultimate comes through as well, but it disappears a little bit too early, and power play now in favor of Blobgap, as both of the teams not quite Wildcard's not quite sure if they want to go up or down, but it's not being punished just yet.
Yeah, what is punished though is the lack of pressure during that power play. Now is Wildcards, Lucas back online is going to be able to find at least some sort of pressure back towards Ivory. But now it's Flip available for Czar, Flip almost available for Cookies, and this may be the end of the point here. This may be the Flip found. Nobody able to do anything on the side of Wildcards. Locked in this goal. Blob Gap now 1 more point from potentially closing out this second set.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued to see how Cookies is going to be using the flip here, because he's going to have it available, but the energy economy is very much in favor of the side of Wildcard. So curious to see if he's going to try to hold on to it, or if he's just going to try to make something happen now, as one barrier is already down for Blobcap. Yozman keeping it in the corner. One flip being used by Ivy for no real effect there, and the flip coming up by Cookies now. This is the power play. Blobcap's not been getting the best power plays, but this is the one that you need to win, and the one that you need to set yourself up for. They do get the second barrier as well. Yodsman now trying to farm a bit of energy with that barrage there as well, trying to maybe be that guy that can run up, but Azar is going to be taken out, and now power play in favor of the side of Wildcards, and so far Wildcards has been the better team in power plays.
Yeah, they're just keeping it in this corner against the side of Blobgap, and that's going to be bear down now. Lucas trying to find something, but flies a bit too far with that Rose Warp. As Ivory looking pretty low, may try and find something to heal up here soon, but it may not matter, as Lucas does have that flip on land. Oh, great save from Nero. Going to be able to find that save on to Ivory, and Lucas just there. Nice flip into piercing shot goal for the side of Wildcards. Now it's all tied up in the set.
We're back to a 0.5 in the second set. Nero has a flip available for defense if he does need to use it. And we'll have to see who's going to be taking these first barriers. Flip used already a bit early there, in my opinion, but holds on to the barriers for now, which means now Blobgap looking to be pretty good here, because they do have a pretty strong advantage. Trying to get the core into the top corner again, trying to play with the turret, but Atlas is there with all of his abilities. Doesn't have anything left anymore now, though, so if you can get another attack going, it's very likely to take one of these barriers, but Lucas and Ivy just again doing such a good job helping Nero with rotating those abilities. Unfortunate pass, takes one of his own barriers there, though, as Cookies does not use the flip right there, and the barrier immediately gets traded.
Yeah, only one barrier left for each team, but Cookies does have that flip online. May use it here. Oh, doesn't quite get the kill, but is able to grab the orb, so you get that orb dancer speed, letting that Juliet absolutely fly. And now it's orb dancer speed, Juliet, rookie Cookie. Great save though from Nero, and Ivory. It's gonna mean that no goal is found just yet. Ivory with the flip, gonna try and find a demon angle, but the core speed is just too fast. And Blobgap gonna find this goal, take us to set number 3 in this match.
Czar is first pick. If there's a spark of focus here, he gets 3 sparks, and it is there. So I would be expecting him to just simply slam the 3 sparks, even though extra special is really good. I'm curious to see where he's going to opt for. Now he's just going to slam it. Zentaro here going to be able to pick up a bulk up, which is going to be good for damage and survivability. But the extra special actually really great for Yodsman as well, because it gives you a lot of kickoff priority with the Kai, the Giga Blast being such a strong ability for that. We'll have to see how the rest is going to fall. Just a bit of movement speed and the Berserker pickup in the end for Cookies here. But the 3 sparks on Czar is incredibly fortunate, and it's going to allow him to do so much in this game.
Yeah, triple spark is so scary if you are the side of Wildcards. This isn't even like, a last set pickup. It is a third set pickup, and now you have at the maximum, or at the minimum, another 2 full sets that you have to deal with this IME, and perhaps another 3 full sets if you go to a set 5. So Zarnif looking incredibly scary, is only going to continue to scale more, but already has the mayor of town here in this game. So it should be very interesting to see how it's going to turn out. Cookies as well has a lot of speed available to him because of that orb dancer, and I think I've seen a lot of orbs. I'm curious to see what number exactly it's going to be, but I know it is double digits and pretty high up in those double digits too. Is Czar has flip online, and Ivory as well may opt to use it here soon. And that is going to be Nero trying to get the evade, but nothing found as the Cosmic Expanse, just not finding anything on the goal line.
Yeah, core being sent into Yota's hand there again. Does find a barrier in the end. Ivy has a flip, surely going to be using that to confirm that. Yeah, gets it nice and close to the goal line. He uses it right in front of it. Yodsman just going to be reaction checking, taking a guess if he can find that strike, and doesn't in the end. So Wildcards taking a point lead in this third set, trying to get themselves a little bit ahead. We'll have to see if that's going to hold, though, because, again, there's a lot that's coming your way, but a piercing shot comes through as well, and the Atlas ultimate not there in time. We're playing a 2v2 game mode right now, with a little bit of the advantage being for Blobgab, as Zar's going to be on the field a few seconds earlier.
Yeah, both players now that we're taken off the field are now back on as power play is stuffed out for both sides. Ivory, though, is looking a little concerned. You know, you're not really able to get anything off of that, but great attempt on the flip from Cookie is going to be saved away by the side of Wildcards, and now we're looking at a pretty even matchup here. Yotis has that flip available and can't use it. Oh, unfortunate burn is going to mean that no flip is available for that defense any longer, as Cookie is looking pretty low, isn't able to grab the orb, and it may not matter, though, as just the defense is going to stay for both sides. Cookie's still looking very, very low. Gets hit by that strike shot. Lucas attempt to get the kill. Not finding anything, though. Flip coming out from both midfielders, and that's going to be an even matchup. Now, power play, though, for the side of Wildcards. Zarnef Yotis now in the 1v or in the 2v3, trying to find something. No energy to their names either. Flip available for Ivory could be scary here if they're able to get it up to that brawler, and that's going to be it. Straight through that defense, as now it is the goal. 2-0 for the side of Wildcards. They took those 3 sparks from the other side and said, hey, we don't care.
Yeah, more importantly as well, the kill on Cookies is really good because that reset his orbs. He was having such a field day, just running around picking orbs and being so much more present than he's ever allowed to be. So getting that KO onto him is going to be really good to at least slow him down a little bit. He's still already back to his shenanigans trying to get the orbs, only getting one of these. But it gives you a little bit more time, and time is what you need right now. Where you can take the advantage and play off of it, as another flip coming out by Nero takes one of the barriers there, as Ivy positions herself. Piercing shot coming through as well, making it incredibly difficult for this Kai to defend it. And now again, open goal on the side of Blobgap, while Wildcards is just trying to get it through, and the piercing shot will do it again. They're just everywhere all the time. That rapid fire has so much value on Estelle.
Yeah, maybe leaving up that second spark is a nice thing to do, is it's looking so strong, and oh my gosh, that's going to be hot shot reward for that Estelle for Lucas on the offense. Should be really, like, you know, hot shot rapid fire. We're going to see a lot of those piercing shots coming out again and again and again. Zar is able to pick up the catalyst, though, is going to have some extra energy to maybe get away from some of this damage pressure. Additionally, though, I think that Demolitionist for Cookies could be pretty strong, especially that is going to make it a little easier to pick up those orbs, and it's also going to make it a little easier to get some of these kills. So we'll kind of see what happens here as we get into the set.
Yeah, I do feel like, again, it's just another draft that was really unfortunate for the side of for Blobgap, because you had to give the hotshot Estelle. There's no way you can deal with that. And then you need to decide, okay, cool, are we giving Zentaro fight or flight or catalyst? Not really a position you ever want to find yourself in, but you have to give Ivy something, and it ended up being the fight or flight. So very curious to see how that's going to play out here, because I think Wildcards, again, just kind of got so much more of what they want, while Blobgap's just trying to put together something with scraps.
Yeah, Blobgap's kind of, they got their sparks, but that is really kind of it. They have to find something here. If they're able to take the set, they may be rewarded with perhaps a nice fancy feast for the struggles they've dealt with in these drafting times. But it is going to be Nero able to find the strikes out and the saves onto this, but that's going to be a KO for both sides now found. The Brawlers getting it done here on the offensive lines, and that is me, Yotis. No, missing the strike. Cookies and Yotis now both flip available. Cookies has that orbs, or has that mid speed, but not any longer, as the core is just going so fast. We got that team player overtime procking all over the place. And, I mean, what can you do here? Ivory, great attempt on the offense, but Cookies still has flip available. Zar and Yotis, great job just keeping this defense online. Cookies and Yotis both have that flip available, and they're being very, very patient with it. Ivory, flip available and immediately used it. Zar, flip available, immediately used it. And it's going to be Cookies and Yotis with the flips, taking their time, finding the opportunity, and catching the goal.
Yeah, and almost no one has energy anymore with the exception of Yosman, so we'll have to see. But really good for them to already get that first goal and get themselves into this advantage, because Wildcards immediately aims to answer that. One barrier, second barrier as well, actually. Really fortunate strikes there. Gonna put Nero into a difficult position, and now suddenly Blobgap's looking really strong, because not only are they leading a point in this set, they're now also leading in barriers, leading in position and energy, so this is about as perfect as it can get for them as they're trying to get past this Atlas defense again. Not able to do that, but does find the strike in the end. Zar notices that Ivy was not fully covering that bottom and is able to slide it right past without even having to use a flip for themselves, which means for this closeout point for them, they very likely will have a good amount of flips to work with.
Yeah, they're so close to being able to lock this down and take it home, as Cookies now with the flip available has been very patient within the pass. Almost gets taken out by comboed primaries from the side of Wildcards, but not yet. Is probably going to be the damage target here, as Yodos is going to opt to use that flip. Takes his own barrier for fun. Cookies and Zar trying to make up for what their goalie, the shenanigans that their goalie is using. Great save though from Nero is going to mean that Ivory keeps the flip online, gets the kill onto Zarnith, and now it is a power play for the side of Wildcards. Yodas with the strike is going to be able to save the second barrier away again and again, but Ivory is there with that slice and dice to get the goal barrier down. Zara now back online. Cookies looking super, super low. Is going to get taken off the map here by Ivory and Lucas. But still, no goal found. Yodas has to find something, and unfortunately, the find is going to be straight into the Zentaro EI rush, and that is going to be the goal found for Wildcards. Only 2 more for Wildcards to take the series. Blobgap need to find this final one to get their goal saved.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to do that, though, because, again, Cookie's now lost all of his orbs, lost a lot of his speed with that. So we'll have to see if they can recover from it or not. A good offense by Zar's going to take 1 barrier. Yodes is there to get the second, but a good defense still holding on to that, as we now have, again, flips to work with on a team player start. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of good uses from it, as Zar uses them immediately there, tries to get into a good position, but it just gets answered by the side of Wildcards. Yodes trying to get the core to the bottom to maybe get a Kai run up, but again, not finding it. Wildcards just doing such a good job keeping that core in that top half and making it very difficult for the side of Blobgap to play, as a lot of damage is being dumped into them as well, which is likely going to result in a KO somewhere down the line. As again, though, flips are being used, barriers are holding up. We're just really looking for the person to make the first mistake, and that Atlas Ultimate coming out late, in my opinion, might be the one, because now Blobgap is on the offense 3v2 with Ivy being pretty low.
Yeah, it's such a great save from Nero is going to be that nothing is found just yet. Great saves across the board. Ivory now going to be able to get the barrier down, almost in, but that is going to be finally Zar finding that goal onto the bottom side. Great flip, stuns by a Cookie as well onto the defensive line of Wildcards, means that now we're going to a set 5 here, and I see some fun awakenings here for Cookies, and a potentially very crucial draft here.
Yeah, the adrenaline rush for Cookies is going to be really great for the pickup for that power play efficiency. You do have a Monumentalist that's going to fall into Nero's hands, which is going to help with defense a little bit. The heavy impact, surprisingly enough, not being picked up. No IVDC. No.
Oh no.
No! I was about to say, how is this heavy impact not falling into Ivy's hands the second she sees it? And she disconnected, which means she's going to end up being there with a tempo swing. That is, I think, one of the worst timings for a DC that I've seen in a long, long, long time.
That is, yeah, that's tragic. At the very least, we didn't end up with an Omega Infused Accelerator pickup for Ivory, but definitely Tempo Swing is going to be very, very sad to not have on that Zentaro now, as Cookies is looking a bit like a raid boss with this most recent pickup of Heavy Impact. You gotta find some way to get the Juliet off the map, and additionally with Berserker, that means that Cookies is just able to run all over the field, and now, I mean, it's looking so scary and sad for Wildcards. They have to find some way back into this game, and that draft is just not gonna cut it. Nero with the flip available may use it here soon, but that's gonna be Cookies taken off the field. A glimmer of hope here for the side of Wildcards as the offense goes, but that's gonna be Lucas taken off the field. Ivory burns the flip. They have only 1 flip now for Nero, but nothing available. Is now power play time for the side of Blobgap. Oh no, it's just swapping over and over again.
We're just farming KOs back and forth here, just seeing who's going to be better at finding that power play and getting the execution off. But for right now, we're still pretty much a stalemate as both of these teams now back with full force as the eye rush does not connect. Zara taking a lot of damage there. The secondary being used by Atlas, not able to deal with the Purge. But again, the strikes are just so clinical for both of these teams. The defenses are holding strong. Yode's not wanting to get let go of that barrier, having a flip as well, and not really looking to be in a position soon where he's going to have to use it. The defense, though, holding really strong by Nero, but without that evade, you cannot get that core out. Cookies with a Juliet ult able to secure it and also gets the flip off of it for himself. So Blobcap looking really strong with having 2 flips going into this next point.
Yeah, 2 flips available, and Zar looking pretty close to 1 himself. This could be pretty scary if you are the side of wild cards. You're already down 1 point, and you just gotta find some way back into this final set of the game. Cookie, though, looking super low. This could be potentially their time to strike. Is that going to be Cookie low? Zar burning the flip as well, and now Cookie. Oh, wow! The flip coming out is going to get the KO onto Ivory, but the save from Nero is going to mean that nothing is found, as Cookie is back online in the health bar terms, but has no flip to use, as Yotis is going to get stunned out, not able to use that flip. Barely enter energy for the side of wildcards now, as Nero burning that flip as well. Unfortunately, Strike Shot going to find it to Yotis, man, and they're going to be able to get a nice easy clear on that defensive line.
It just feels like these brawlers are throwing hands for fun at this point because they just want to get a power play going, and you do get rewarded by Cookies again, able to find another KO. The adrenaline rush coming through, the defense holding strong, but we'll wonder for how long with team player just sending the core flying so much. A flip does not find anything. Nero's still very low. Cookie's not able to get into a dash punching position either, as now Ivy and Lucas are back, but there's nothing you can do about that one. Cookie's just completely locking Nero out of that positioning. Lucas not able to do anything about it, as now Blobcap are 1 goal away from evening this series and sending us to a game 3.
Only 1 more point, and yeah, as you say, Blobcap can bring us to a potential game 3 here, but that's gonna be Cookies making that potential a reality, and that's gonna be the flip. So many pressures as that's gonna be in. So fast. 9-second goal here in this final point, and oh my gosh, just a crucial final set here, and it's ultimately going to be Blobcap taking the set, taking this game, and now we're looking at a 1-1 lineup here. Wildcards, unfortunate final draft, but ultimately it is what it is. I mean, just great job from both teams. Ultimately, though, we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, we very much are, and I feel like if you look at the stats as well, once we have them on screen, it's going to be... It really shows how Wildcard likes to play the game and why it's so difficult to break past their defense, because we have 97 saves on Nero, and Lucas is sitting on 45 himself as a midfielder. He's playing very defensively minded and just playing to make sure the core goes out very often, and that just makes it so difficult to get past their defense, because Nero usually is on a lockdown character and is on one of these very difficult to get past goalies, which it's just additionally even more difficult if Lucas is seconding or helping him in the back as well. On the other hand, you see exactly the game plan from Blobcap, which is just extremely offensive. A way too many shots, in my opinion, for them to have. And also Yodsman putting on a clinic with with 140 saves here, just really locking it down there and holding down that goal arc for Blobcap to put them into that game 3 situation. And game 3, it's gonna be similar but very different, right? Because we had the maps of Taiko Temple and Night Market. Both of these maps, you have something in the middle and you want to play in the 2 lanes. Amy's app, very much the same. However, the fact that you have that KO zone in the middle of the map changes things a lot still. And I'm very, very intrigued to see which of these 2 teams is going to be better at executing on a map like that.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really just a battle of attrition at this point. Hopefully we'll see maybe Ivory not disconnect this game, because I think it's definitely perhaps not the only reason, but it's definitely really bad for mental when you're looking comfortable, you're guaranteed, you know, that heavy impact Zentaro in draft, and then all of a sudden, boom bang pow, your brawler isn't in the game anymore. And it sucks, but it is what it is. You just got to find a way back into, perhaps win the mental game, get back into a good state of mind going into this last game. Everyone's reset, and now we're, sitting at 1-1. Whoever takes this last one is gonna take the series, but this is a really, really crucial final series for these teams.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll see who's gonna be adjusting into it, and also I'm just kind of hoping for maybe a bit more of a calm Awakening start. Maybe not a hotshot like game 1. Maybe not a team player for game 2. Maybe something that just lets them take a little bit more of a slower approach of the game and not have to deal with like Mach 5 speeds immediately. So we're gonna be seeing how that's gonna be working out. Also, I'm curious to see. I'll be honest, in case anyone hasn't caught on, Lockdown, not a very big fan of Amy's app. I haven't really seen a lot of Amy's app gameplay either. So I'm curious to see where the character priorities are going to be in this series. If we're still looking at the stuff like the Trick Hard, the Erasmus to Julie, or if maybe there's some other developments, some other picks that have risen in priority because the KO in the middle might not have the highest priority anymore because people are learning to play around it. It's going to be very curious, very interesting to see as well, as we're getting things and the draft ready for this game 3.
Yes, we have our Awakenings here for this match.
What is this? What are we doing? A hot shot into team player into Among Titans with an extra special start as well. Extra special. Again, we're on Amy's app, keep in mind. So it's a really weird situation because on Among Titans, everyone wants to go Among Titans, but if you can get Erasmus with extra special, it's tempting. It's really tempting. So I'm curious to see how these teams are going to prioritize drafts here, as we have wildcards on the first pick on the blue side here, which means they're going to be able to get their prime pick more than likely.
Yeah, I mean that Rasmus is the little devil in your ear, Pick me, I'm gonna win. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Blob bans it out, or if we see it picked up first pick. I think Rasmus is a much more reactable character. I think just with this time that we've spent in this game as a community, a lot of us have been able to kind of figure out how to play into the character. So you can see here in the draft, wild cards picking up that Juliet, and so nice easy lock. Blobgap is going to be picking up that Rasmus. We could see that double Among Titans, big Rasmus with that extra special here, hopefully. But I think overall, the Rasmus has become a much more reactable character to play as and against, and it's something where perhaps we're not going to see it, where we may not see as much of a special central play style. We're going to see more of like setting up and preparing. As very interesting comes from both these sides here. Finally, we may get to see some more offense, more pressure. I haven't seen too much of Nero, but I'm excited to see hopefully a ranged goalie in this next map.
Nero very much likes playing Estelle on Amy's app, so that's definitely going to be the pick for him. I'm more intrigued by Blobgap here because we're in Among Titans start. It's really good. All of these 3 characters, however, scream extra special to me. Like, we're talking Erasmus Hook on Amy's app, we're talking Amy turrets, and we're talking a Luna with the ultimates as well. It feels like there's a chance. Now, is that correct? I have no idea. I would say no, but I would be very curious to see if they're gonna opt for that triple extra special, and if that's gonna end up working out for them, or if they're just simply gonna get outsped. Because again, keep in mind, Among Titans, it makes you very fast. On top of that, Lucas is on Now again.
Yeah, we saw the Lucas Now get banned out the last game for it's just with how oppressive it's been, and it managed to get through between that Atlas and that Rune ban this game. So we'll kind of see what happens here. I'm really looking forward to this because EUSL as a goalie is super powerful at just kind of getting a lot of these kills, a lot of this pressure on the offense, and so I'm interested in seeing kind of how that's all going to turn out.
Yeah, and it is the triple extra special for the side of Blobcap, so they're really just looking to use and abuse these ultimates and just be incredibly annoying to deal with. But I'm just concerned they're going to get outsped by the pure speed and Monk Titans is going to be able to put on the field, so we'll see how this is going to pan out. We're pre-ultimates now, not a lot of level 2s going on right now, so these extra specials are not really going to make the difference. Monk Titans should have the advantage, but obviously you still need to find that barrier, and Yotzman so far is doing a good job holding on.
Yeah, I mean, Luna doesn't have these super defensive playstyle that you've seen from like other characters in the set, but Yoda's getting some very, very good saves and doing some great defensive job so far. As Barrier's still online, Zara and Cookie just trying to find some way to get this final goal, this goal scored in this point. As Lucas does have that flip available, maybe a little bit scary to play up against. And I think that speed just hasn't really had its time to shine quite yet. Because the side of Blobcap just doesn't seem to care.
Yeah, they're just holding on defensively extremely well and immediately go into the counterattack. Ivy getting another KO. It's a second play now, a power play now for the side of Wildcards, but they just haven't been able to really make use of it as the barrier's still alive. We're also still only on the first point, and Yote's just finding these through the back clears so efficiently and so often. It's incredibly impressive as now Blobcap's trying to get that offense going. Flip available for Cookies now. Possibly going to be the angle, tries to position for it, uses it here, and does get it through the Stell ultimate, the Juliet ultimate. Bit surprising, but that's going to put Blobcap 1 point ahead, and now in kickoff, they're all going to have their ultimates again, keep in mind.
Yeah, the extra special is really, really nice to have as a team full of characters that, you know, love extra special. As the Firewall Sentry coming out, the Crater Maker coming out, and it is saved away, but it's just gonna be up again and again and again, and there's not really anything you can do because they have that extra special. We haven't seen a hook yet though, so Cookie's potentially waiting to use that. Zara gonna be able to get the flip down with the barrier, finding the open net now for the side of Wildcards, and Cookie just hanging out, trying to get Nero off the map. But it's gonna be Yoda's taking the orb, making Nero have a very difficult time staying alive and kind of doing anything on defense.
Yeah, really difficult for Nero to pilot that, but Lucas and Ivy are doing a good job keeping the core away from him, making it as easy as reasonable. As again, another through the back clear. Ivy not there to cover it in time as the dash comes out by Yotzman, trying to get it past Nero. The defense holds strong. Yotes has a flip available soon as Ivy takes a lot of damage. The Amy turret coming through as well. Flip there just in the nick of time as the hook almost finds a KO there, but Lucas aware enough to evade it. As the barrier does drop due to an unfortunate miscommunication there by the side of Blobcap, but they're in an excellent position, and Cookies finds the bottom corner there. Nero not able to stop that.
Yeah, great defense, but even better offense is Cookie just finding this goal. And honestly, if it doesn't really matter if you have the speed from among Titans, if you're just playing just so effectively on your offense, and oh my gosh, that's gonna be the kill, finding that power play for the side of Blobcap, but a bit of miscommunication from the side of Blobcap is gonna mean Barrier only just now falling down. Is Ivory gonna be able to get a double kill, and now it's Yotis on the 1v1 and 1v3 in defense, and it's just, you know, straight through. Nothing for the side of Blobcap any longer. Is the side of Wildcards using that speed to their advantage.
Yeah, really strong point for Wildcards, but they still need to find two, whereas Blobcap only needs to find one. And again, another kickoff means another turret, another ultimate, another hook, which they're going to have to deal with. The barrier does fall. Yotzman trying to get that away from Ivy, not going to be able to do that in time, but Zar comes back to assist. The barrier still very much standing as Nero's trying to shove it into that top corner there, but not able to really get in the really great attacking position going for Wildcards. Again, Zar and Cookie's just doing a good job covering all options, and Yotzman with the Luna dash coming in from behind is also providing so much value. That's going to give Blobcap the set victory, and with that, hopefully a really good awakening for them.
Yeah, Zara is going to be able to pick up that MVP for the set. I'm looking at potentially a team player, explosive entrance, glass cannon, all really good things for that Imi, and whatever the Imi doesn't take, it's going to potentially be falling down to Luna. This team player is going to be really, really nice for getting that core speed up. Catalyst available for EUTOS on that Luna. Not necessarily the best, but also really, really good for just preventing the other team from staying alive. And when that's your entire game plan is just to kind of beat the other team to a pulp, it's kind of nice to have. Additionally, of course, I think Lucas is able to pick up that bulk up. Should be nice to have for just staying alive a bit easier. But on the other side, Cookie picking up that spark of strength is going to mean that Rasmus is all the bit more scarier. I can't speak.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll have to see, though, because Ivy gets another beautiful KO there. A lot of KOs being found for the side of wildcards, but it just can't seem to really get the core into the net because the defense from Cookies and Yodes from whichever two teammates usually are still alive is just too good, as Yodes now back on the field, trying to get the core up to Cookies. Cookies with a smart sights up there, turret being set up by Zara, has a flip available, uses it there, and doesn't find the result that he was looking for, unfortunately. But again, they're just dealing with a lot of pressure here, and Blobcab, I feel like, are just a little bit more in control of this game.
Yeah, instead it is going to be Ivory able to take the core and lock in this goal. I think once wildcards kind of get out of the terrible oh no. Oh, it looks like a little bit of lag, unfortunately. Oh no, we're all good. But I think once they weather the storm, wink wink, of this blob gap comp, they're going to be able to kind of find their footing and get the speed, make use of it. But like with all the abilities and all the ultimates available for the side of blob gap off the kickoff, they really just have to stay there and find their footing. And then finally, that once that footing is there, they're going to be able to get these kills, get this speed, get these barriers down, get these goals, and that's exactly what wildcards are looking for.
Yeah, most definitely. You have a flip available for Lucas soon as well. Might want to start using that because Yodes fails to eject back. So the walk of shame coming through as Nero finds a KO there. Power play for wildcards, and Ivy dash punches. Does get answered with a flip. Does not get the stun on Yodesman as Zara is now trying to get himself set up. The defense still holds strong though for a Blobcap. Yodesman doing such a good job holding on to that point. Zara with a flip in front of Nero here. Surely gonna put it in and does find the top corner. Nero not really having an answer to that.
Yeah, great flip from Zara is going to be able to find that lock on the goal, and now we're looking pretty comfortable for the side of Blobgap. They have all of their abilities up right now, and Ivory looking very low, Lucas looking very low as well, and the barrier is down for the side of wildcards. They're trying to just lock in this goal, get themselves up to 2-1 here. But Zara doesn't really have any evade. Oh no! What an incredible find on the pass from the side of Blobgap. That's going to be one more point, and they could potentially go to a set point.
Yeah, most definitely really good timing there by Zara to just punish that a little bit overzealous movement from the side of wildcards. As again, we're in a kickoff situation and we're immediately seeing all of these ultimates come out again. Lucas taking so much damage, potentially going to be a target for a KO here. Has to go pick up the orbs as Nero tries to move up to compensate for that. The defense still staying very much strong, and a really good strike where by Ivy is going to be able to get that past Yodesman there. As the strike comes through as well. The punch was there, and Ivy is able to force it through the Luna. Obviously, Luna not necessarily known for her defensive prowess, but Ivy's still doing a really good job getting that through, and we're yet again at a 0.5.
Yeah, something that we've seen time and time again in this series. But one other thing we've seen is Lucas getting taken off the field just by a great offensive play, and that is going to be now a power play for the side of Blobgap. This is what they need to just close it out here. That's going to be Barry going down for the side of wildcards. 2 flips available for Blobgap. Make it 3 shortly, as Cookie is going to be able to blocked away by Lucas's strike. And now it is potentially an opportunity for wildcards to find their footing once again in this set. But instead, it's going to be Cookie's taking off the field now. Power play once again for the side of Blobgap. Rookie Cookie trying to work their way up with Sarnif and find this goal that they just need to close this out. And that's going to be EUTOS with the strike, not even needed, as Cookie is going to be able to lock in that goal with Benjamin Swing.
Yeah, so another set win for Blobcap is going to put wildcards into a pretty tough spot because now you need to find something in this draft that really can enable you to come back. And that rapid fire is not going to fall down to Estelle. I'd be very surprised. Estelle's still going to be very happy to pick up something like a 1-2 punch or a fight or flight, though, to deny that off of Zarhainov. Curious to see if that's where Nero's going to end up going here. I feel like the fight or flight cannot go to Amy. Or to be fair, 1-2 punch is also really bad. Yeah, actually, Amy goes for the chrono boost, making sure that Lucas does not get more speed buffs. He already has explosive entrance. Doesn't want to give him any more than that. But I think across the board here, very intriguing pickups. I think a little bit sad for the side of wildcards. I'm not sure if they necessarily got what they needed out of this draft to really change the game around for them. But I mean, hey, I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got some pretty stable awakenings. Nero is going to really love having the aerials to work with. Lucas is going to have a bit more speed. Slick kicks a second time, basically, onto that now. And I think Cookies, or Ivory, sorry, is going to be able to find some opportunities with this Orb Dancer if they're able to get any orbs in the first place. So we'll have to see how it's going to work out, but that is going to be buried down for both sides here. Zara looking very close to that flip now, has it online, may use it here soon in the offensive play, and that's going to be Imi just walking up, getting the nice quick flip, and going straight on in.
Yeah, really good flip there by Zar to just get it through. Gonna put them into a goal advantage in this potentially deciding set for them already if they can keep up that momentum. And curious to see if wildcards can find anything that really changes it around for them. They do find a kill, which is excellent, but now that you have the power play, you need to at least get the barrier off of Yodes. And as it's been so far, it's going to be pretty difficult to do that. They do get it with a nice rotation and a nice strike war win. They even get the goal directly off of it before Zara is back on the field. So very strong showing by wildcards here, but you need a lot more of those points.
Yeah, they're so close to bringing themselves back into this series. But they got to find some way to just close out these goals. And with Zar taking an early barrier, that's going to be a little scary. Barrier, though, on the other side, too. And Zar's taking off the field. Power play for the side of wildcards now. Flip, though, burn from Ivory. Nothing found off of it. Great defense from the side of Blobgap. He's going to keep the goal alive a little longer. Cookie with the flip is going to stall out the play just a little bit longer. Zar is back online now. Cookie's looking very, very low. May get taken off the field here soon. But they got to find some way through this Luna, and when you can't find your way through the Luna, that's just kind of curtains for you. You have to find some way through this goalie and just get it through. As Lucas now trying to get it up to Ivory, not quite finding the pass, but it is a lot of cooldowns that have been burned from the side of Blobgap to just keep this core away from Ivory. And if they're able to keep burning these cooldowns, it could be scary, but no, it's going to be Nero. Unfortunately, not in the right position, and Pendulum Swing going to be locking in at that goal.
Yeah, and that's gonna be adding a lot more pressure to the side of wildcards because now you're one goal away from just losing the series right here, and flips are gonna be coming your way as well. You do need to find this goal rather sooner than later, or best case scenario, maybe even get those flips off of Zar and Yodsman so they don't get any value from it. Flip coming out by Zar here, gets a barrier from it though, as now Cookies and Zar in that corner. Core gets sent up again. Yodsman probably also looking to make use of that Luna dash together with the flip to maybe close off the series. Goes for it now, has a flip, uses it, all of the abilities, all of the strikes by Nero, and he just simply refuses to hit it, plays it around, and an excellent passing play by the side of Blobgap is going to be able to secure them the game, and with that, the series.
Blobgap looking really, really good in this final game of the series here. It was rough for the side of wildcards. They just couldn't really find their footing in the end of this series here, but ultimately great job from both sides. Game 3 for a reason, but they just ultimately were able to find this game for themselves, and Blobgap looked very, very strong going into this end game. Even with Among Titans being the norm, everyone's got to pick it. We ultimately just ended up seeing not really problematic for the side of Blobgap. Extra special for all three, and they picked the characters that are really good into it, and they just took flight. They soared.
Yeah, they just had too much pressure on the field essentially to get for it to really make a difference with the fact that among times it just gives you a lot more base speed, extra special just off of kickoff with the Amy turret, with the Luna rocket or the Luna ultimate, and also just the ever present like threat of Rasmus hook on Amy's app. It's just so difficult. And even though they didn't find a lot of KOs actually for the setup lop gap, just it being there was enough for them. And I do feel like it was a very deserving win for them in this series, but it was neck and neck throughout the whole of it.
Yeah, definitely. Just constantly a battle back and forth between these teams. But one team has to come out on top, and Blobgap took a little bit of a lead and went running with it. Ultimately able to kind of close out this game, close out this series, and lock it in.
Yeah, most definitely. But with that, I think we are going to call this series here. We still have one more ahead of us, which is going to be Vibe Check against Voss, which is going to be the last game of today. So we're just going to take a quick little break, send it to break here, and we'll be right back with you with that last series of the day. And welcome back, everyone, to the last series of today, Voss versus Vibecheck, a game that doesn't hold an insane amount of value anymore for either of these sides, as Vibe has also already failed to make it into playoffs, and Voss is already sitting in playoffs. The most important thing here is for Voss to keep on winning if they do want to get a high seed for themselves in these playoffs. And we're starting off with such a nice and calm little game, like a hotshot start on gates. Why is there so much hotshot for that? Why can't we not get away from this?
Yeah, my bad. I bribed the developer. No, I as much as I love hotshot as a goalie, as much as the next goalie, I I don't think the players like it very much, and it sucks to gas because it's just core flying all over the field. By the time you're speaking about something, it's already happened. It's already been done for a while. So perhaps not the greatest start for content, but there is a lot of content in the sense that I am content with the core going fast and goals getting scored, and these teams having a very high caliber matchup, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And we see a lot of funny hotshot picks here as well. For the first time, I think, at least from the games that I've seen today, Rune has come through, and the Rune on hotshot start is really good. Obviously, it goes into the hands of Vibecheck, which opens up the opportunity here. Otta, she's a really good Rune player. It's a pick that she's been known for. And I would definitely see a world where Otta is going to be opting to play that hotshot Rune in nets today. On the other side, Estelle Zentaro, good, clean staples for Voss. Two characters that Venom and Alfs are just both going to be performing on. So very excited to see that. And it's looking like a Juno Amy for Vibecheck. This is looking like a double midfield approach for them here, actually. Together with Hotshot, this could be actually quite scary as Alex looks to lock in the Drakkar for himself defensively, which should do fine into both of these characters, but we'll see how it's actually going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got the tried and true Juno Rune, but both of them are on the same team. I do want to see how well these teams play into Orbancer. It could be really, really useful to have simply for just, you know, playing the game, having fun. The core's gonna go fast, and there's gonna be two demonic characters, evil characters that are gonna have a whole lot of cooldowns. Interestingly, though, we have an Imi Rune Juno comp, which, you know, you don't see too terribly often. No real traditional hard forward brawler character, but definitely Imi is a character that you've seen probably a lot played more and more aggressively and offensively throughout the past few seasons, and in a lot more in recent times as well. So I'm excited to see how that is going to perform and how it's going to be played as we kind of get ready for this match.
Yeah, most definitely. I do feel like it's a team comp that's very much just been put together due to the nature of Hotshot, right? I think Hotshot is such a difficult awakening for brawlers to really take advantage of, and I don't think Orb Dancer alone is enough to necessarily justify going it. And I feel like there's actually a lot of strength in going a double midfield comp in a hotshot start, because you just have so much more area that you can control, and if the core is going so fast, it doesn't necessarily matter that you can stun the enemy and force it through them with a traditional brawler. You can just kind of outspeed them or just outforce them with resources, which is why I actually like the Drakkar pick from Alex here as well, because Drakkar has two shotguns to work with, which are just basically automatic like wins on a lot of interactions, while also having range to stop any kind of build-up and still cover everything necessary. So but I'm intrigued to see how this is going to go. Because again, just hotshot gates, it's just something, you know, like it could go many ways here. This could be like a sweep for either of the teams. I think the biggest question that I'm asking here is how well can the Otta Rune hold up against Venom Estelle and Alf Centauro, because I'm not quite sure that's necessarily the best matchup for you. But then again, I'm not a Rune goalie enjoyer. I don't know the matchups fully. I'm just taking guesses here.
Yeah, I definitely think there's an argument to be said for both sides of the coin. I think Zentaro is gonna be very oppressive if you are Rune, because he's all over the place now, and any secondary ability that or any EI rush that he uses is gonna cover. I'm pretty sure that entire space of the Rune pillar. So if the pillar is forming and Centaur's EI rush goes through, it'll pop the pillar. And that's just kind of how I expect this matchup to be played. You just a lot of Zentaro trying to beat up the enemy goalie and prevent him from really getting much out.
Yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be a fast game for sure because everyone in the lobby has hotshot, which means lower cooldowns, more core speed, more chaos. So we'll have to see. I feel like again, it's an intriguing kind of matchup, an interesting one to see. But I think I would just favor Voss as it stands right now. But again, it remains to be seen. It remains to be played out. But Voss immediately starts with taking both of the barriers off of Atta's hands, and Rune on an open net, arguably a bit more difficult to pilot. Oh.
Yeah, it definitely is. Open net for the side of Vibe is a little scary, just because that is a lot of potential for the other team to do something like that and get a nice quick goal. But you know, it's still just the beginning of the match. We're still kind of figuring out how the playing field is going to be evened up, and already the Voss is looking as solid as ever.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, they're at the top of the table, shared with Blopgap right now, or not technically because Blopgap has a win more, but before this week shared with Blopgap, and you very much know why because they've just been a bit more consistent than the other teams. But we'll have to see. They do have the second barrier off of Atta again, and again, I think this is just really what I was thinking about with that Rune goalie. I think it has so much potential if you get all of the awakenings, but if you don't get your awakenings, that Centauro Estelle matchup, it's just going to be so difficult to hold on to. And I think especially in the earlier sets, Voss is bound to kind of just take a lead, and hopefully for Voss, Rune is not going to be able to get Exodia builds.
Yeah, definitely. If Rune is able to scale, I think it's going to be a much easier game for the side of Vibe Check to get things going and play through their win con. But right now, it is just a Voss city. As great defense from Vibe Check is going to prevent that third goal from being scored, but it is not. They're not out of the woods yet. As Scream Owl is just able to be there and doesn't really care about the banish. Going to be able to get that last goal. And I mean, Voss is just absolutely trying to steamroll this game, and VibeCheck has to figure out how to combat it.
Yeah, and here's in the draft is where it's important. You want to make sure that Atta does not get anything good for herself. So I'm curious to see if Voss is even going this far and denying the team player. They do not. They just go for the peak performance for Alves, which is going to be good. The team player going to help a lot with Atta to get the core out of her own half, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough as a spark pickup is going to fall down to Yuki. The Among Titans for Venom Yami is going to be really nice as well, giving some size onto Scream Alves and also some speed for himself. The Siege Machine for the car going to help a lot with efficiency, getting interrupts early on, and the scraps of size for SMG, not necessarily something you're really upset about as Amy, but I think in the grand scheme of things, I'm just not seeing enough yet to really get that Vibe Check win in this set for me personally.
Yeah, I think Vibe Check kind of has to figure out how they want to play into this, and while the IME is a very good opportunity for just playing offense and kind of stuffing it in the corner, you have to be able to consistently do so. And Alex has just been super consistent with this defense, able to win the 1v1 there against Yuki, and it's just looking pretty comfortable so far this entire game. And the side of Vibe Check just has to figure out how they want to play against it. Is still only one barrier down from each side. But nothing found just yet in terms of goals.
Yeah, nothing too dangerous for now, as they're playing through Portal, both of these teams trying to get themselves the angle, trying to get themselves set up. The third coming through by SMG as well, but just gets answered by the flip. Alex is there and ready for that. As the strikes come through, the blobs are coming out as well, but they're just not getting that barrier as the strike layering is just too present as they get it past the pillar, and a KO found by Scream Elves there as well, as they do lose the barrier, unfortunately for themselves, to trade it back. So now open goals on both sides, and we're into open play field and hotshot overtime. It's going to be a movie for all of us, I think.
Yeah, cores flying all over the field, and those rune pillars are sending the core red super quickly. As well as all the other abilities. Is that's gonna be a flick from God, finding the goal onto Vibe Check, and the bleeding just continues. Vibe Check has to find some way to to stop the bleeding and figure out how they can figure out this game, but I think with that first barrier down and just the pressure continuing again and again from the side of Boss, there has to be something. Is second barrier down now from the side of Vibe Check.
Yeah, Vibe Check, I feel like in the last point half put up a better fight compared to the first set, but even now it just feels difficult because again it's just conceptually difficult. I'm not even sure. I wouldn't even say it's necessarily player execution. It's just conceptually difficult dealing with a team comp like that on the side of Voss because they just have answers into whatever you want to do while having comparable control, arguably a little bit better damage, and just more solidity in the backline as well. So we'll see again. I never say never, but I feel like we're again in a situation where we're going into the next draft, and very likely Vibe Check is just kind of praying to get some good pickups.
Yeah, definitely. Vibe Check settling in for the long haul. They gotta work their way up the field, like Sisyphus with his boulder, just find their way into this game and into this series. And if they are able to get the Awakenings, as they're saying, they may be able to turn this game around. But with the kill there, locked down from Scream Elves, it's going to be a really, really scary spot here. Only one more point, and Voss can potentially lock down the second set for themselves as well. As that's going to be Scream Elves with the flip. Great strikes from ETOS is going to mean that no barrier found just yet. But it's simply a matter of time with that Zentaro just right up in there with the flip, and that's going to be the second goal scored. Or the second set scored.
Yeah, really difficult defensively there, and this is the draft that's going to be the decider whether we're going to have just another one of those sets that are just going to be difficult to deal with or not. We do have Rapid Fire, which is never going to fall onto Ata, I feel like, even though it would be an incredible pickup for her. You do still have a 1-2 punch that you can consider, or maybe an extra special. She does get the Rapid Fire, which I do think is a mistake. 1-2 punch, I think, is really good, but what you want to deny as Voss right now is the ability for Ata to just lock it down and hold the defense. More pillars is going to enable that a lot more. We also do have a second Spark pickup for Yuki, and a Deadeye pickup for SMG. So I do actually think Vibe Check got really fortunate in this draft. You do still have great pickups for the side of Voss, but I do feel like they have the opportunity with these Awakenings to maybe start some momentum shifts here.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, though, it's not enough, not fast enough, unfortunately, for the players, as they are going to lose both barriers there. SMG is looking very, very low. Doesn't get taken off the field just yet, though, as Ata is able to get it to Yuki. SMG has the strikes, has the glitch pop, but a great save from Alex on the line is going to mean that now only one barrier is down, and that is going to be SMG taken off the field. Ben and Yami, God, just try to pass between each other. Rune is great at covering that extra spot. Those pillars are basically another person, but you only can last so long, as that's going to be the goal found for Boss.
Yeah, just overwhelming attack. They're getting the barriers, getting the kills as well, and you can specifically see they're just a lot more in control of the game as well by just the levels as well. It's very difficult for Vibe Check to really do what they want to be doing here, and they're just kind of getting overrun by the sheer like consistency. A really great KO by SMG there is actually going to give Vibe Check a power play that they can hopefully play off of, but you need to continue creating pressure and play off of that advantage now as well. And so far you haven't found a barrier off of it, which is not really the greatest look, and you also lose a player now, which means it's a power play in favor of Voss in a position where Voss was already favored.
Yeah, and Scream Owls and Alex both have that flip available. It's just another scary reminder of, hey, you're not out of the woods. And now Scream Owls' great offense is going to be able to find the goal solo play against this defense from Ata. The one thing that Rune really, really can't deal with much at all on this character is you can't really work on top of yourself. All of your abilities are supposed to be kind of in conjunction with strikes, and when you have to use them in place of strikes as additional strikes, Mako has 15 strikes because that's just her character, but Rune has 2 strikes, and one of those is just an ability with a full cooldown. So it's kind of scary if you are the side of Vibe Check playing against this Voss team. But you gotta find something here. Is Ata has the flip first barrier down now from the side of Voss, and almost second, almost found.
Yeah, great banish there for getting damage through a really good offense from Vibe Check as well, keeping Alex in that corner, but they're just not able to get that final bit of force to take the barrier, as immediately it gets responded by Voss. Both of these teams having someone that's staggered right now as Venom's moving in to help with the defense. A shotgun by Alex, likely going to be able to get that out. As the KO gets found by Scream Elves. Really good advantage again for the side of Voss, as Scream Elves recovers from the staggered conditions as well. Going to be able to take that barrier. Venom has a flip, uses in front of the net, and they just score it. Strike layering was excellent, and Voss take a very, very dominant win over Vibe Check in this game.
Yeah, very convincing game 1 victory for the side of Voss. They're looking strong here in this game number 1, and in this best of 3, a nice 3-0 victory for the side, with unfortunately for the side of Vibe Check, a 9-0 from Voss. So they got to find some way back into the series, some way back into this game, and I hope to kind of see it in this next game, some answer to Voss's aggression.
Yeah, most definitely. I do feel like a decent part of it was just a team comp that is incredibly difficult to execute for the side of Vibe Check. I think if they're going to take something that's a little bit more simple, a little bit more standard in the second game, it could be a lot more successful for them. Because we're going into Autumn City, we're going into a pretty bare bones map in my opinion. Not a lot of different kind of strategies to it or techniques to it. It's just big map, big barriers. Just hold it down. I'm again fully expecting pretty high priority on stuff like Kai, Bakar, Estelle. Kai, Bakar specifically because they're just really good goalies for that map. Estelle because she's just really excellent at taking barriers and forcing an issue there. So I'm curious to see where the bans lie as well, because this time around Kai was banned from Vibe, which I agree with, and the Atlas was banned from Voss, which I also agree with on a hotshot start. I don't think we're seeing the Atlas go in Autumn City though, so we'll see how that's going to change.
Yeah, I mean, Autumn City is a very variable map. We're not going to see Orb Dancer as a starting awakening, which you know, I kind of look forward to all the Orb Dancer starts, but I can understand where it can definitely be problematic if you are a player who wants to have fun. So I'm glad to see maybe none of that happening, as Vibe Check is going to opt for red side for this game number 2 here, swapping things up a little bit for these two teams, and I think it may be the correct choice because, you know, on City, you have those more ranged characters that are going to be very effective on what they do, but at the same time, if you're playing, if you are that second pick, you will have the time to kind of think and pick whatever the team doesn't pick that goes ahead of you. So I think we'll see what they ultimately end up choosing, but I'm down for this red side pickup because we are going to see a bit more interaction with. I think Voss is going to get one pick that they like, and the side of Vibe Check is going to be getting theoretically 2 picks that are going to be good on the map.
Yeah, and I'm also fully expecting, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm decently expecting the ban pattern to be similar to this, where Voss bans either Kai or Drakkar. You then have Vibe Check banning the Estelle because they're just really good. It's a really good character. You don't want to just let them first pick that. And then the first pick for Voss is going to be whatever remains out of Kai and Drek. I feel like Autumn is, maybe that's just me being too ignorant, but I feel like that's just kind of where the priorities lie on this map and where they should lie for most people. So I'm expecting that one of those goalies, like one of these top 2 goalies in my opinion, is going to go. Estelle is going to go, and Voss is going to get a good goalie. Vibe is going to have a lot of options to go from there. They can go like Amy Rasmus or something that they can thrive on and do well on as well, or get themselves a solid goalie pickup. But it's just difficult for them to really find anything. And it's actually the Octavia ban, which does fall into that speedster difficult, like polarizing character that that I was thinking about. I was not aware of the fact that VibeCheck would have fielded it, so I wouldn't have expected the ban, but it very much does make sense if Voss is not looking to first pick it themselves, especially in something like a Peak or a Spark start, which we do have. It makes sense to just get that out of there, which I do think is beneficial for VibeCheck though, because yeah, they're just going to ban Zen, and now we have Estelle, Kai, Drakkar all open, and VibeCheck is guaranteed 2 of them, like as a full guarantee.
Right, yeah. And you see that Kai is going to be the first character picked up there. And now that leaves, you know, Estelle and Jakar, potentially like Aimi's also good. You have a lot of pickups that you can potentially choose from. And I'm interested in seeing, I think Vibes, you know, taking down the clock, figure out, hey, we kind of got, the other team showed up for that last game, and now we got to figure out how to play against it. I do like the Estelle and Kazan though, because we're gonna have a lot more of that space coverage, and Kazan is kind of the only character now that Zentaro's gone that has a lot of that distance to kind of control the core outside of his direct strike range.
Yeah, you do have to be a bit careful here, simply because I'm not sure how well Yuki plays Kazan. I know she has it in her repertoire, but I'm not sure if she's necessarily used to it or wants to play it often. Also, Atta is also a Kazan player. If you're looking to Europe and you're looking to maybe some more off-meta picks, Atta, she's really been the face of that with like the Rune and the Kazan being her core. So I also wouldn't be surprised if this Kazan ends up going into net for the side of VibeCheck here. So I think it's also a decent pickup because if Yuki is able to play it, it's a solid flex option, because now you can see your full matchup that you have. Now you see that Rune Julie pick up for the side of Voss. Also, Kazan, a good deny pick off of Alfs. I think Alfs is Centauro and then Kazan, usually. Not always, usually. That seems to be his go-to. So we'll have to see what Vibe is going to end up with. I would argue they're probably going either for another midfielder here, or they're just going for a brawler themselves and they're putting Kazan into the net. So yeah, I'm not sure what the Kazan into Julie matchup is precisely, but yeah, they're going Rasmus, so it's Kazan in goal for sure.
Yeah, I'm liking this comp from the set of VibeCheck, very much, because you know you get the Rastel. As much as I love Rasmus goalie, I think it is cool seeing Kazan goalie, and I would say the matchups are probably pretty even between, you know, Kazan goalie Juliet Brawler and Rasmus goalie Juliet Brawler. Either way, though, I think Vibe definitely has a solid game plan. They have those stuns and they have that range that you don't really get allotted as easily. You know, the Juliet's gonna have to find is gonna have to play very differently in order to get a lot of these goals and a lot of these kills and ultimately win the game. But also with the Orb Dancer not being up, you have that being basically an instant pickup. So with the Spark of Focus, you could potentially see like a first pick Spark into or first pick Orb Dancer into second pick Spark, which could be scary because you're leaving it up for the other team. So we'll kind of see how we'll see what happens.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm just going to be curious how these matchups are going to go. I think Estelle Rasmus also is just a really good combination to have on a map like Alton City. I think it just works really well at securing these barriers and securing the goals. So I feel like, again, it's just going to turn into a question of like which goalie breaks first. Is the SMG Yuki combination going to be good enough to get past Alex, or is Atta not going to be able to hold her own against Alfs and Venom here, especially on a map like Autumn? I'm going to be very curious to see how that's going to go. But we're starting off with a first point, and we're starting off with not a barrier take by Alfs there, as the defense holds strong for the side of VibeCheck.
Yeah, VibeCheck unfortunately gonna lose that barrier there, but it is SMG trying to get something out of Venom Yami. The great part about having this extra speed on Rasmus is gonna mean that we have a bit more opportunity to work with the pressure on the side of VibeCheck, and yeah, so I think it really depends on what we're gonna see here. But great defense so far. Oh god, with the flip is gonna find the goal.
Yeah, really good defense. They're holding on and forcing Scream Elves to use that flip there. Also, something I'm not sure if we've mentioned it. Only 2 Spark pickups, one on Atta and one on Venom, which means Spark parity is not actually going to be an insanely high topic here. Can still be quite efficient. And talking about efficient, that was an incredibly efficient Giga Blast by Alex, taking an immediate power play against Vibecheck here as they're trying to take this barrier off of Atta. But she is holding strong. She's using the flip there as well to get it out excellently. As now SMG forces Alex to use a flip defensively himself.
Yes, Alves trying to get this barrier down, but Juliet doesn't really have the range. Is going to be able to get that Phoenix kick into the strike, and great job from Alves is going to mean that now that's going to be the goal scored. Now we're looking pretty good, pretty comfortable for the side of Voss. 2-0. They're looking to just take this game, just like they did in that previous game. Is Destiny God, great strike to rebound off the pillar, as Venom slip is going to mean that God is there, and oh no, so much that you got to figure out.
Yeah, just a lot of threat, a lot of power, a lot of shove coming the way of Vibecheck there, and we're gonna have the Juliet Scream Elves gonna be able to get that first pick. What are we looking at? We have a heavy impact. There is size for Ata here, which is gonna be great for her, for just Kazan as a whole. The bulk up's gonna go towards Scream Elves. Makes sense together with the peak performance, just getting those stacks and getting them kind of placed on top of each other for performance, as the heavy impact gets picked up by Ruined Catalyst, finding its way onto Yuki. The Chrono Boost falling all the way down to Alex is actually incredibly fortunate for him, because he's going to be able to do so much work with that eject button Chrono Boost peak performance. I feel like we have a situation where Vibecheck is just going to be dealing with 3 forwards almost all the time, as long as Alex has that ability up.
Yeah, as long as Alex has an ability up there, it's gonna be just Alex is one of few goalies in Europe that kind of takes flight as much as possible, and you really see it often here a lot with Alex. Just even there, just went to the other side of the field, just to say hi. But that is going to be Atta taken off the field by Scream Elves' dash punch, and Alex hovering that midfield line, gets past it from Venom, and oh my gosh, just such a great job from the side of Voss. Is another unanswered goal. You got to figure out something if you are the side of Vibe.
Yeah, most definitely. You also have a flip available for Scream Elves now, which is something you have to contend with, something you have to worry about. Barrier still holds on, but that's all the abilities used by Atta there, and the barrier still will drop in the end. So now Voss trying to rotate this core upfield, trying to get into position where maybe Scream Elves can find a flip and just get the goal in. Yuki with a backpass there to keep the core in possession for them. It's going to be good, but it's not going to be enough, as Voss immediately takes control of the game again. And Atta walks up here is I think it's very good and very efficient doing it that way. It's just very difficult to make it work, because Voss is just holding that defensive line so consistently. Flips being used by both the forwards of Voss there, not really to any great use, but they're still in a great position as they get a KO through Alex there. Power play in favor of Voss, as they're now trying to get the score through the bottom.
Yeah, Yuki and Atta both have flip on the line, but Alex has one of his own, and they may be able to find something here. But no, nothing's found, as Alex is so powerful, so impressive in the defensive line now, and as Venom Yami and Alves just up on the offense. Atta, that top spin kind of sucks for collecting the core. I figured out as a Kazan goal every once in a while. And you see it right there, unfortunate miss on that top spin from Atta, but there is an answer, as SMG and Yuki able to get that first barrier down now from the flip of Atta, and now Alves not quite able to find anything. Alex, great defense to keep it out for now.
Keeps it up for now. It's going to be able to get it up to Venom as well. Who's going to be able to send it into that bottom corner there. And now Voss again trying to position themselves for that offense. Banish coming through, only hitting Yuki. So not enough to get that barrier off of the defensive side of Vibecheck, as Vibecheck's just trying to get this core somehow into an offensive position, but they're playing 3-man defenses a lot, and it just makes it very difficult for them. A really good hit stun by SMG, though, is actually going to stun Alex and make sure that core goes in. So first point for Vibecheck on the board.
Yeah, and now we're looking at only we have an answer from Vibecheck. Last game was 9-0 for the side of Voss, and now VibeCheck is able to has been able to take 1 point. Yuki does have flip available, is going to opt to use it, not quite finding the barrier down just yet though. Alves working his way up the field with Venom Yami, but still nothing found. Alex with the barrage is going to be able to keep the barrier up for again and again. As the banish coming out, not really getting anything off of it, as Ata now absolutely countered by Alex, just running forward, playing offense, third forward for their team. And now just potentially final point in the set here. Scream Elves now with the core. Flip coming out from Ata is going to be able to get the defense for now. But that is an Alex with the Kai with the flip. Is gonna lose that blazing pace speed, but not find anything just yet. As great dash punch attempt is not gonna find it. As SMG forced to use flip here to get this out. Alex now still has flip, has that blazing pace. May just try and end it out here.
Yeah, flip comes through, not really a response there from the side of VibeCheck that can necessarily save that. They do get another set victory for Voss, and I feel like it's just the control of the game, I feel like is just so firmly in Voss's hands. The core quite very often is within their passing plays, within their attacks, and they just get rewarded for it. They get another set victory. You have Kai here with Alex having first pick. Curious to see what he's going to go for. Yet a team player, obviously a really good pickup, especially the really good deny pickup off of Atta, as Atta is going to be able to pick herself up another spark. So does Venom Yami though, so both of the spark stars are going to get a second one. OIA falling down to Yuki, going to help with that mobility, and 1-2 punch great for Julie and Alves to get maybe a few more KOs if you're looking for it. But again, I feel like it's just simply not enough, and I feel like VibeCheck it's just a very difficult game for them to play out right now.
Yeah, they got to find some way into the series, and unfortunately, it seems like it may be too late for them even now if they find something. SMG, though, is going to be able to dodge that banish and hopefully get some sort of pressure going here pretty soon here. But it is not over yet, as Yuki, Ata, SMG able to keep it out away from their barrier for the time being, and they have been pretty good on the offense on this point, getting some solid offense going and pressure for these teams. Ata able to keep it out just again and again. No real offensive pressure from Voss just yet.
Yeah, they're just holding on their defense, trying to get into the enemy half, but right now it's actually difficult for them as VibeCheck's just kind of keeping them in their own with ability usages. The pendulum swing coming through there as well, but not able to get it past Alex. Alex still having a flip as well if it comes down to it. Does use it. The 1-2 punch coming through together with the power by Scream Elves in overtime, turning it red immediately as the core almost goes in. Flipping used there to get the KO, and with that also remove the flip off of Ata there. So excellent usage there by the Voss forward.
Yeah, flip gone from Ata, and 1 goal up for the side of Voss now. Only 2 more, and they're looking pretty comfortable for potentially closing this out. Here is, instead it's going to be Venom Yami taken off the field. SMG, Yuki both with the flip available, but Alex is there with the parry on the strike. Is going to be able to find that save, and that's a kill now found onto Yuki, as SMG still has flip available, but Venom is back online. Power play for the side of Voss for a little longer, as SMG taken pretty low with the barrage and the unstable anomaly combo. But they just gotta find something. God, Scream Elves with the Flame Flare, or with the Phoenix Kick, is going to find the barrier down, and it's Ata on the 1v1, able to save the way for now, thanks to a misstrike from Elves, but it is not for much longer, as Venom and Elves both working their way up the field. Alex pushing up a little bit further, and that is going to be a kill onto SMG now, potentially curtains for the side of VibeCheck, as they have to find something great stand on the unstable anomaly to get it out, and then Alves, though, has that flip available, is just going to be able to use it. They get the goal. Nice easy point. A lot of kills, though. We saw some fight back from Vibe there.
Yeah, most definitely. And also they forced Alves to use that flip because you saw Voss tried to greet that flip for another point, but Alta did get the hook through in the end to almost get the core out. Alves was just there ready in time to hit that flip button and get it in. So now they are in a series point situation. They have a flip available on Alex. They soon have a flip available for Venom as well. So we'll have to see if they're going to be needing those or not. VibeCheck trying to get themselves up. Gets another banish onto Yuki there. but nothing really big comes of it as SMG tries to move into the corner, does not successfully do so. Yuki trying to get that core upfield with Yastel, but again, the positioning by Venom Yami and Scream Elf just make it so difficult. The flip comes through by Alta as well, still loses the barrier for it, as now Yuki and SMG trying to get it through. Venom has a flip available. I feel like this should be curtains pretty soon. Flip comes through, KO found, and yes, Venom Yami finds the KO, and Voss finds themselves a very convincing 2-0 victory in this series.
Yeah, we saw some signs of life from the side of Vibe Check, but ultimately, Voss, stopped, maybe stopped having their fun that they've had in the past weeks of the season. They've locked in, they've gotten these games going, and now they're set up for a 7-2 for the season, tied up with Blobgath here in after that most recent match that we saw just earlier. As it's a very competitive season, but ultimately you gotta have some winners, you gotta have some losers, and Voss for the time being is gonna be finding that goal, finding those goals, and finding that game.
Yeah, most definitely, and I feel like that's just kind of just the story of Voss throughout the league. I feel like when they're in form, they're really good, they're really dominant, but they also have had their series losses, of course, right? They're 7-2 for a reason. They have had those losses already throughout. So very curious to see how that's going to go. But that was week 9 of EUSL Season 4. We only have one more week of the regular season left. And that 1 week is going to mainly just going to decide where the seeding is going to fall for playoffs. So with that, thank you for, by the way, hopping in as a streamer today, short term. Shout out to you for that. But do you have any closing words before we're gonna send us off and send you guys over to best team slot for Nassau?
Hey, thank you for watching. Be geared up. We got another great week of EUSL coming in for week number 10. But that's all I gotta say. Thank you, Slot, for casting with me. And yeah, we'll see you next week.